Frames. The Most of these conferences we used to make it happen in Andheri, in Mumbai, but this time being pandemic, we are all truly digital, and it gives me a great pleasure to see how the digital content actually has captured the whole imagination and the consumption amongst its audience. At the same time, all the stakeholders in this fraternity actually are being very, very alert and have looked at repositioning and recrafting every single aspect of the digital content economy. And now that we actually have a surge of the OTT and a whole lot of other aspects of the gaming, animation, visual effects, extended reality, and other form of the social media actually capturing, your screens. And truly, as we live in the screen era, everybody is engaged all the time with their screens to do anything and everything. And that's why today we are going to actually have a very interesting lineup of speakers. While we have seen a huge amount of OTTs actually making it, and then you see the policies, issues, at the same time, the content of a different kind emerging into our spaces. We also have seen a large growth of various other areas in the digital payment segment, plus the sports ecosystem and the gaming ecosystem. While we have all these happening, we also have a huge amount of startup ecosystem in the space of the digital and the social media verticals. And we have seen some cutting edge startups like Attention, Two Gathering, Fair Draw, and many, many others who are actually going to be the next big ideas out of India. And to put all this thing together, the team at FICCI, our media and entertainment, has always been proactive in setting this conference up to make sure that the best ideas are discussed, the policies discussed. At the same time, we are able to carve out a growth path for our industry very strongly. While we have, very eminent speakers today for the opening ceremony, I would like to quickly introduce you to Belinda Louis, who is President and Managing Director of the Motion Picture Association for Asia Pacific region. And she leads the association and the team to promote the commercial activities in the creative interest of the region's screen community in the digital age. At the same time, prior to this role, she was in the AT&T acquisition team. And when the AT&T acquired Times Warner, she managed the Asia Pacific Government Affairs Office for all business units of AT&T, including AT&T Communication and Warner Media Group in the Asia Pacific region. Before this, she was actually a legal and a corporate affairs deputy director at the Microsoft Hong Kong office, and looked after the complete intellectual property policy and regulation. At the same time, she actually has a very illustrious career. She has been a member of several boards. She was the chairperson of the Business Software Alliance of Hong Kong and Macau. She served on the board of USA ASEAN Business Council, National Center of APEC, American Chamber of Commerce of Hong Kong. At the same time, she is presently a president of International Women's Forum Hong Kong and sits on its board. So we are going to be very fortunate to listen to her. She is presently traveling. So we are going to have a big video message from her. And we have seen, the Motion Picture Association has a big presence in India, headed by Uday Singh. He's also going to speak in the conference today. And we have been actually having a large amount of interaction with them. And then we are going to have a very special address by Justice Pratibha Singh Ji. She's present with us today. It's a court time, but she's here with us. She actually is very close to what we do in the media and entertainment and the content space. She has been a very eminent person and have handled landmark matters in the IPR law, including patents, trademarks, design, copyright, internet laws, and everything that we deal with in this industry. At the same time, she she was invited as an expert to present views on parliamentary committees considering amendments to the Patent Act in 2002, Copyright Amendment in 2012, and Geo Indicators Act, etc. But what I would like to tell you is that she is a member of the IPR think tank, which was, actually responsible for the momentous task of drafting India's first national IPR policy. And I think these policies have impacted us immensely. And we are going to be very, very fortunate today to see, a kind of an guideline that comes to us. And presently, she is a justice, honorable justice of Delhi High Court. She actually have appeared in several cases in the Honorable Supreme Court and the High Courts of Delhi. At the same time, we are going to have our beloved Dilip Shinoyji, who is our current Secretary General of FICCI, but we know him for a long period of time. He served as Managing Director and CEO of the National Skills Development Corporation, has actually built that from the beginning in a very strong way. And he is a member of Board of Governors at IILM New Delhi, at the same of Board of Studies for Indian All India Management Association. At the same time, we see him to be a front person all the time, taking lead and being a go-getter for all the activities that we do at FICCI. We actually look at him as a guiding force for all the time. He has several awards to his credit. But without wasting much time, I would like to welcome you all in our 5th edition of Fast Track Digital Conference of FICCI. And we would like to see that the interactions go well this today. And to start the whole process, we would like to first welcome Ms. Belinda Louise address. And Arunji, if with your permission, we will first have that address and then get Justice Pratibha Madam to speak. Amirji.
Yes, Chandan, please run.
Ashish Kulkarni for that kind introduction. First, thank you to friends at FICCI for the opportunity to partner with you. In these trying times, we send our very best wishes to all of you in India in the hope that you and your families stay healthy and that your lives can return to near normal in the not too international community has been deeply affected by the pandemic as restrictions have been placed on production and exhibition in India. We're encouraged, however, by the spirit, ingenuity, and unity of all of you in the screen community to find ways to support each other, solutions to the challenges of the day. One sector that has led the charge in innovating to deliver the best possible experience for audiences in the demand industry. The year-on-year growth of this sector in India suggests that audiences are responding very well both the content offering and the many by they can consume it. And around the globe, 2020 has been a year during which audiences have continued to discover the appeal of stories from India. Have all come to learn the benefit of algorithms that offer up new shows that match their viewing behavior. That's good news for producers of Indian content, as audiences across the globe develop new appreciation for your stories and your culture. The incredibly dynamic nature of the VOD industry, led by highly talented professionals, has helped deliver a very high standard of storytelling. It's a competitive environment with over 40 services vying for the audience's attention. India is perhaps unique in the range of offerings that has enjoyed remarkable success for both the subscription and advertising models. Millions of Indians enjoy a premium viewing experience supported by advertising, while others choose to consume their favorite shows without. One report projects that by 2025, only 4 years from now, the mix could equate to $1.5 billion for subscription revenue and $2.5 billion for advertising revenue. The number of factors that contribute to positioning India as one of the fastest VOD markets in the world include the enthusiasm of loyal fans who love their content, the range of viewing options available to audiences, the issues developing these offerings, and the connectivity of the country, where the expectation is that 500 million people will have subscribed on services by 2020. This forecast of 500 million subscribers does add up when you realize that India has been adding 8.6 million new connections on average every month since September 2018. The Times of India read in November that the number of connections had grown to a staggering 767 million, with a great percentage of those on broadband. Expected to arrive within the next 12 to 18 months. The media and entertainment industry has yet further motivation to respond with creative content offerings. The panel sessions today will be a good opportunity to address how best the industry can and continue to supply high-quality streaming services, which in turn make to contribute to India's economy. I'm looking forward to hearing creative industries can continue to be strengthened to support livelihoods and protect valuable creative content. I'm also intrigued to listen in how the latest experiences for users. All of this good work, however, will be undertaken under the cloud of piracy, which negatively affects all of us working in the filming, television, and streaming industry. Not only a direct affront to your businesses during these challenging times, but it's also a setback for all of our consumers to try and change behavior so that only legitimate sources for content. Quoting a good friend of the MPA in India, Rajkumar Akella, a recipient of the MPA Asia Pacific Copyright who said that while cinemas were closed, audiences were dividing their time between television, online video services, and piracy sources, which between 30 to 40% of viewing will more greatly impact the production companies. While it's an obstacle, we applaud the committed, collaborative approach of the streaming in India to combat piracy and to continue the education process. Our work to protect the copyright that benefits all of us through every form of distribution channel will not stop. We're proud of the progress MPA continues to make in combating online piracy under the banner of the Alliance for Creative Entertainment, known as ACE. ACE is the world's leading coalition dedicated to reducing piracy and protecting the legal marketplace for creative content. In just over 3 years, ACE has grown to include 35 leading global media and entertainment companies, with Apple TV Plus becoming ACE's newest member. also remains proactive in addressing online piracy by disrupting and disabling access to the most egregious online websites, seeing reduction in traffic as a result. The research also shows that site blocking leads to increasing uptake of legitimate services. We note the recent announcement of the closure of notorious piracy site Tamil Rockers, which traded off the theft of intellectual property, as testament to the efforts of rights holders in protecting the rights of all creators. So there is a strong will to support legitimate business and create the best possible playing field for success. With that, I thank you again and hope you enjoyed today's conversations.
Thank you, Belinda. That was a wonderful address, and we wish you a very safe flight back home to Hong Kong from London. But very rightly said, the issues of copyright and the piracy and the content protection is something that concerns all of us. And who other than Honorable Justice Pratibha Ma'am, who is going to actually do a special address for us, would throw some light on this. And with the interesting lineup that we have on the digital, copyright areas, the regulation, digital content regulation, and also the content technology and the business models today, as we discuss during the day. This is going to be a great beginning, and we are all eagerly waiting for you, Madam, to listen to you through your special address. If you can unmute yourself, I would like you to start right away so that all of our audience can listen to you.
A very good morning to all of you today. It's a cold winter morning in Delhi, and it's quite foggy as well. So I'm sure the OTT platform and all the viewers who are participating in this program today already know the importance of OTT and digital platforms, especially during the pandemic. And I don't think it requires any introduction that, whenever something as bad as the pandemic happens, there's always a silver lining. And I guess that the silver lining is for the OTT and VOD platforms, which have really grown in the last 6 or 8 months. So, Mr. Chawla, Mr. Kulkarni, and everyone from FICCI, all the participants, it's good to be back again with FICCI. I've already done at least 2 events, I think, during the lockdown with FICCI, and this is my 3rd event. And I just hope this pandemic ends quickly and we all can do a live physical event rather than an online event. So my address today is going to be short.
Amit, I think you need to talk to them. We have some internet bandwidth issue.
I'll just check, sir.
They'll just come back again because it invariably goes off in that area.
I think Uday is also joined us. Good morning, Uday. How are you? You have to unmute yourself. Dilip ji, good morning. How are you doing?
Morning, Uday. Morning.
They're just fixing the internet for justice.
Okay, Amit. Thank you. Uday, you logged in from 2 devices?
Uday, you have to unmute yourself. We can't hear you.
No, he's logged in from 2 devices, I think. Is Uday saying
Yeah, I think so.
The same thing, yeah. Okay. Now
Yeah, I was having problems with onboarding since morning.
Okay.
Okay. So that was a good address from Belinda.
Yeah.
Sir, we have Honorable Justice come back.
Yeah, there is a little bit of time lag when you actually are doing it on the streaming through this, conferencing. But she spoke extremely well, and so it's going to be very fruitful discussions today. And I know you are on the very next session itself.
Honorable Justice logged in and got logged out again. She is again logging, sir.
Yes. So let me tell the audience in the meantime, at 12 noon today, we have a session called Digital India Copyright Act, redefining the future of creative works. So you must attend that session, which is going to be a very interesting session, followed by a session called Digital Content Regulation,
Yes.
learning from
I'm
best global practices. Welcome, madam. You can start again.
Yes, there was an electricity failure here, so I had to connect my dongle. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Thanks.
I think I have to start again.
Yeah.
Yes, as you all know that creativity is an integral part of India's social, political and cultural ethos. The diversity in India across various regions, languages, communities has led to a large number of creative works being generated, whether in the area of handicrafts, traditional knowledge, films, music, painting, sculpture, etc. In fact, I don't think we can have a conservative estimate of how many works are created in India. But I know as a matter of fact, in terms of quantum, India is the largest generator of creative works in the world. But, this has not led to the same amount of revenue streams and exploitation, which may be available in most markets. But broadcasting industry is one area where I think creative content has had a large amount of space for itself, and it has been able to generate a large amount of revenue creative producers and creative content creators. So if you all trace back the history of broadcasting, the creation of the All India Radio in the 40s and Doordarshan in the 60s and 70s was just a very humble beginning. The early 90s saw the broadcasting industry blossom with the entry of private broadcasters. There was a time when India had only a few hours of television broadcasting in a day, and today there are more than 1,600 number of channels operating 24 hours a day. All types of television channels and delivery platforms are available in India, whether they are free-to-air, encrypted television, pay television, video on demand, cable channels, DTH, etc. These platforms are also quite diverse in their offerings, like Belinda said about game shows, game apps, all kinds of offerings are available on these platforms. But the biggest change in this technology has been the entry of smart television. The TV now doubles up like a computer. All internet-based platforms can now be accessed on television. One could never have imagined that we can see YouTube on television. We used to only watch YouTube on computers. Thus, there has been a complete convergence of media and devices. The difference between telephone, computer, radio, television today is in fact non-existent. Now, this is insofar as technology is concerned. What about the law? The court's tryst with broadcasting has ranged from licenses for cable TV towers to deciding complex issues in copyright law. I clearly recall a writ petition which one of the cable TV operators had to file because one of the corporations in Delhi was pulling down their cable tower itself. So those were the very simple kind of litigations which broadcasters faced in the late 90s and in the early 2000s. And today we actually face a large number of complex copyright litigation. I clearly recall that in the initial years of my practice, in one case, an owner of copyright had a right for encrypted television in respect of a movie. That particular company sought an injunction against a company which was doing a free-to-air broadcast of the same movie. And at that time, you would be amazed. There was no internet. There was no way to access the difference between free-to-air and encrypted television. Explain this to the judge. The year 2001, and in I went to the Australian Broadcasting Act to find the difference between where and which was sometime 1998, it was enacted. At that act, and I was able to get a copy of it. I was able to submit it to the court to give the difference between encrypted to version. And obviously that side, I must say it's been a pleasure regularly for across the country with various issues concerning broadcasting. The late days. Since then, the broadcasting industry and courts have got used to the nuance and niceties of broadcasting. Before release of every film, we see courts being faced with case filed by the user or by the television who say being done. This is in all thing for the place vertical exhibition of films taking place. And courts have actually devised very innovative remedies such as dynamic injunctions, protection against rogue websites to protect copyright owners. And in fact, in my previous address in FICCI, I mentioned various innovative remedies which and effective type of broadcasting issued copyrights, protection of copyright are all quite well settled, and courts and legislations have actually kept pace with the technology. One major issue, which I could say is the regulation. It has been a very challenging issue. And the extent of OTT platforms and VOD has actually further compounded these challenges. I'm sure participants would be aware that we are basically governed by broadcasters are governed by the program code, advertisement code, and to the extent that the broadcasters deal with films, they are broadcasting legislation was not met with approval by the industry, and broadcasters, and have also provided for an authority headed by independent judges for entertaining complaints against broadcasters. The voluntary nature of these organizations and the multiplicity of organizations has in recent times created confusion, as several players have chosen not to be part of these self-regulatory framework. So there are various examples of challenges that have arisen in the recent times, which all of you are well aware, and details of which need not be gone into for the present. These issues which confront broadcasters, the regular television and other broadcasters would now arise even for OTT, VOD and other platforms whose popularity has got an impetus during the pandemic. As it is said, one man's medicine is another man's poison. The pandemic is the biggest example of this. Traditional platforms such as theatrical platforms and free-to-air televisions are slowly out of favor during the pandemic. The subscriber base of OTT, VOD and such platforms have grown in geometric proportions. The statistics were mentioned by Belinda, and I don't need to repeat them. Some self-regulation is on the anvil in the form of the Universal Self-Regulation Code for online curated content providers. However, the expanse and the effectiveness of this code is not known. And these platforms have been recently also brought under the MIB regime with the amendment in the allocation of business rules. So the challenges, according to me, for these OTT and VOD platforms have just begun. While there can be no specific solution to the issues currently being faced by broadcasters in general and digital platforms in particular, I would actually commend that inspiration should be taken from other self-regulatory or independent redressal mechanisms which can be used as models for OTT and VOD and broadcaster platforms in general. One model that really comes to my mind is the model of the domain name dispute resolution, which was set up in the initial stages when domain names were being registered. The creation of the Uniform Dispute Resolution Policy, which a large number of legal practitioners are quite aware of, is one of the most successful independent regulatory mechanisms that is applicable and enforced globally for more than 2 decades. And I recall that when domain names were being registered and trademark owners were having problems with domain names, the UDRP became the biggest solution for them. And the registration of domain names which had impinged upon trademark owners' rights had caused a lot of consternation at the advent of the internet. The same was redressed by the UDRP. It provided a mechanism for third parties who had grievances to avail the services of independent service providers to resolve disputes. The said service providers were totally outside the ambit of ICANN or the registering companies like Network Solutions or GoDaddy. More than 65,000 complaints have been dealt with successfully under this independent regulatory mechanism, and 2 to 3 well-established service providers, including WIPO, are doing an amazing job in the domain name dispute resolution mechanism. The panelists who decide these cases are panelists who are located across the world, and the system has proved quite effective. So I would say that the OTT and other broadcasters should take a look at this particular model in order to look at how an independent self-regulatory mechanism can in fact be created. The convergence of free-to-air broadcasting, pay television, DTH, OTT, VOD shows that there is a need for creation of an independent adjudicatory mechanism, which is not consisting of functionaries or broadcasters. In order to lend credibility, transparency, and fairness, the same could be under the aegis of an independent service provider. If media and broadcasting have to remain free and fair, they ought to evolve free and fair adjudicatory mechanisms which are not coercive in nature. Apart from the creation of independent regulatory mechanisms, there ought to be a method by which broadcasters are a part of this adjudicatory mechanism, so as to ensure that the code of conduct is compulsorily applicable to all broadcasters without exception. OTT and VOD platforms and other creative content providers should also be part of this. Such a system would also preserve the rights guaranteed under the Constitution of India while effectively providing for reasonable restrictions. This would also minimize the need for legislative and judicial interference in issues relating to content. OTT and VOD platforms are extremely cost effective. They provide easy access through electronic devices with the mere only requirement of an internet connection. They also cater to various hues and tastes and people in the privacy of their homes. These platforms also provide for growth and talent exposure to producers of content, artists, technicians, not just in the leading languages, but also in several regional languages. And this is a very big important factor in our country where the regional language base is very, very high. These platforms will in future coexist with traditional platforms and will carve their own existence in the years to come. Though OTT platforms had entered India in a small way in 2008, in the last 2 to 3 years, the penetration has been very high. The pandemic has in fact increased its growth, and hence there is a need for clarity in terms of the code of conduct that they ought to adhere to. Unchecked growth could also lead to sudden disruption, especially because there are local issues and sensitivities which could get affected. Sometimes the non-dealing of issues with alacrity could also lead to questions being raised about the integrity of these platforms. So I would just conclude by saying that the digital world should ensure that it remains a medicine for all and a poison to none. And in order to ensure that that happens, in order to ensure that that happens, the digital platforms have to themselves come together and decide as to what is the manner in which they would want to be regulated by themselves or by independent mechanisms. That would be the end of my address today.
Thank you very much, Madam. Although we had a little bit of issue with the internet, but a really thought-provoking address by you. In fact, the issues that concern us in terms of regulation on the OTT, we have similar issues on many other digital platforms that are emerging, which is the gaming sector and few other sectors. And I think it requires a huge amount of deliberation and a guideline that one can follow to see how the self-regulation mechanism can work in our country. And a lot of effort that FICCI actually takes with various verticals would definitely carve a path for self-regulation and special kind of advice, as you always do, from your side to FICCI and guide us is a welcome sign. And I think that's where we will be able to, under your guidance also, look at how we can carve these paths for self-regulation, which is one of the most important concerns of ours as an industry and the content creators, as well as the platforms that are emerging in this space. Having said that, I think it's an important discussion today, and I was taking you through the process of discussions that we're going to have today. We have a deliberation on Digital India Copyright Act, redefining the future of creative works. Around 12 o'clock sharp, we will be starting with this session, followed by a session at 3 o'clock on digital content regulation, learning from the best global practices. And I think this is where we are going to discuss the most debated topic right now on the digital content regulation. And at 4:30, we have content, technology, and business models, because we have seen a huge growth into this area, not only in terms of the content creators, but also the technology redefining itself and the new business models that are emerging. And we need to see how this can actually help us grow in totality. At the same time, the startup ecosystem in the digital content space and the social media space also needs the right kind of funding and the right kind of positioning in our country, with all the efforts that are going on through various MSME schemes to Digital India, to Make in India, and of course the Skill India mechanism that's going to help the thing. But just to mention here, we have a large team working on this from media and entertainment space under the guidance of Arun Chawla ji and Dilip Shenoy sir, and led by Leena Jaisani. We have Amit Tyagi and Samir Kumar, who is actually looking into this whole space right now for coordination. We are glad to tell you that in such a short time that we actually have put this conference together, we have 500 plus stakeholders who have already registered and are watching this program today. And we're going to see this discussions and question answers go through the day, madam. Before we actually conclude on this session, I would like to call upon Dilip Shenoy sir to make the concluding remarks and also propose the vote of thanks. Over to you, Dilip sir.
Thank you, Ashish. I think I'll skip the concluding remarks because you have actually very ably done that. But I first want to begin by thanking the Honorable Justice Pratibha M. Singh for being with us today. Ma'am, in your address, you have actually taken your experience right from the bar when you are practicing, and you were a leading practitioner in the intellectual property space before you were elevated, as a judge. And your experience, your grassroots level experience, right from the day of cable TV days. Just as a matter of information, I used to work in the cable TV industry, and I violated every law in 1982, 83, 84, 85 by laying cable TV cables across different colonies and different. Even a private colony, if you laid it from one house to the other, you were technically violating the Indian Telegraph Act. And those days we used to very merrily violate the Piracy Act because the central head end used to show the videos into all the homes. So, your experience and your phenomenal memory and your thing was a great eye-opener to all the participants. You actually brought us to the current state, and your views on self-regulation of not all the players actually adopting to it, the need for all of us to get together, just reflect your not only your depth of knowledge but your currency of knowledge and your great interest and passion in this area. We could not have had a better person delivering the opening address today. I know you have said this is your third interaction with FICCI. I think in the last physical interaction when you visited our office, I had the pleasure of having tea with you and Arun, who is a very strong supporter of this initiative. And I'm sure we will, as things turn back to normal, we will have an opportunity to meet again. From everybody who is listening in, from the teams at NPA and FICCI, I'd like to thank you very much for being with us today morning. In fact, this is the 5th edition of this event, and it is the first, of course, which you're doing virtually, and therefore your presence here was very, we honored by your presence here. I would also like to thank Belinda Liu, President and Managing Director, Asia Pacific NPA, for her address. We've had a long association with NPA, and we work closely on industry issues and trying to address those issues jointly for the benefit of industry. And of course, Ashish has actually shared with you what we are doing here. Also like to thank all our partners, media partners, esteemed panelists and moderators who have taken time out to be with us today and deliberate on these issues. We appreciate your efforts, and my only request is that we need to follow Justice Singh's approach to actually enable the regulators and enable the whole ecosystem to be set in a manner that all the stakeholders are satisfied. I'm also thankful to Ashish for moderating this inaugural session and setting the stage for important discussions. Ashish chairs our animation, visual effects, gaming, comics, and XR forum of FICCI, and the contribution of this forum, this industry is immense. Of course, thank all the 500 plus audience who were here. A special thanks to all of you. I'm sure you'll have many takeaways during the day-long deliberations. And as Ashish said, thank you to Leena, Amit, Samir, and the entire team. And also a very special thank you for Arun Chawla for being here. All the best to the panelists and moderators for the upcoming sessions. And once again, ma'am, thank you so much for being with us, with your understanding, your depth of understanding, your wealth of knowledge, your articulation. We could not have had a better speaker for the inaugural session. So thank you, ma'am. And
Thank you.
I think with that, this session, the inaugural session, Ashish, back to you.
Thank you very much, Dilip sir. A big thank you to all of you for joining the inaugural session. I request all of you to log in at 11:55 for our Digital India Copyright Act session. And I think that's going to be a very important session for all of us. And thanks a million for taking time out and contributing to this ecosystem and taking this the fast track digital conference forward. See you at 11:55 sharp today. And through the day, we would enjoy listening to you, most of the speakers and deliberations, which would basically lead into what's happening in our world today and which direction we needed to really go, and what would be policy that we all can actually contribute to, which would be better and a win-win for all the stakeholders. Thank you very much, and I'm closing on the inaugural session. Thank you very much again.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Arun. Thank you.
Thank you, Dilip. Thank you. Thank you, Ashish. Thank you.
Yeah, we are live.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We welcome you all to the next session of the day, that is Digital India Copyright Act, redefining the future of creative works. We have eminent speakers for the session to be moderated by Mr. Trevor Fernandez, who is the Vice President, Government Affairs, APAC Motion Pictures Association. To take it forward, we hand over it to Mr. Fernandez. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Greetings all. As mentioned, my name is Trevor Fernandez. I'm the Vice President of APAC Government Affairs for the Motion Picture Association. I'm joining you today from Singapore. It is great to be with you all today to moderate this virtual panel, which again is called Digital India Copyright Act, Redefining the Future of Creative Works. And I hope everyone is keeping safe and healthy. The MPA represents the interests of 6 international producers and distributors of filmed entertainment, all of whom have important and growing commercial portfolios in India. All around the world, we promote and seek to protect the intellectual property rights of our member companies and to conduct public awareness programs to highlight the importance of content protection. These activities have helped to transform entire markets, benefiting film, television, and now the streaming industries in many countries, including foreign and local filmmakers alike. The growth of the India market in recent decades has been spectacular in this regard, across both linear and digital deliveries. And we strongly believe that our work makes a positive difference to this market. Now in India, where we once again have a direct operating presence, the MPA is proud to take up new challenges and opportunities posed by a global digitized market and accelerated by the pandemic. And we thank our friends at FICCI for organizing this important panel discussion to share ideas on the same. Today's discussion brings together a wide range of views and considers both Indian and global perspective. Not coincidentally, it also comes against the backdrop of consideration by the Registrar of Copyrights within the DPIIT, who has posed a short yet incredibly complex question to stakeholders in light of both digitization and the pandemic. And the question is, quite simply, whether there is a need for amendment in the Copyright Act of 1957. As you may be aware, the Act was last visited in a meaningful way back in 2012. So presumably, almost a decade later, the consideration by the registrar in 2020 and beyond is justified. But this is also not a time to rush changes without very careful deliberation and policy calibration. There is much work to be done if India seeks to redefine copyright law for the global digital era. With that said, let's get right into today's panel discussion. I will start with a quick introduction of each panelist who's with me here today, and then we'll get into an initial round of questions and remarks. First of all, joining us from Sai Krishna Associates, Mr. Amit Datta, who's a partner with the firm. Amit has over 20 years experience as an IP litigator and lawyer, and he has advised leading Indian and international industry clients, including numerous MPA members, on content creation, protection, and monetization. And he is actively engaged in policy reform around the copyright sphere. Joining us today from Viacom 18, Mr. Anil Laleh, General Counsel. Anil's leadership spans across functions, including IP management and protection for the network's many diverse lines of business. He's been part of the media industry in India for over 13 years. Mr. Ritesh Khosla joins us from Sony Pictures Networks India, where he is Deputy General Counsel. Ritesh holds more than 16 years of experience in IPR and commercial transactions, legal strategies, anti-piracy, compliance, and regulatory across the Sony Entertainment Group in India. And last but not least, my colleague, Mr. Uday Singh, who is the Managing Director of the Motion Picture Association India, a man who hopefully needs little introduction with his long and illustrious career in the Indian media sector. He's been representing our collective interests across the copyright and content protection space for the last 10 years and has extensive commercial experience in M&E prior to that. So I thank you again to all of you for your time and interest in participating in today's panel. Amit, if I could start with you to get the discussion flowing, could you give us your broad suggestions for improving enforcement against digital piracy and of particular importance, making enforcement more timely in this new global digital era. What can be done, in your opinion, ahead of the legislative changes that are being contemplated, meaning what can industry and government collaborate to do right now? And then further, what requires potential changes to the Copyright Act in your view as we look down the road? Amit, sir.
Thanks, Trevor. Good morning to everybody, including my esteemed panelists. Thanks for the question, Trevor. That question is doubly loaded. I see that you loaded both barrels. The government of India loaded one barrel, and you loaded both barrels. I think, and we could talk about it for the rest of the day, but I think, you know, one thing that the COVID pandemic has this sort of black swan sort of event has brought us to a realization that when we need to get things done, they happen. Multiple diverse entities are spread across the world, work seamlessly together over the digital space, working from homes. Things that were not possible, conducive, or convenient pre-COVID, you know, have you know, suddenly become possible. And that to me is an indication where, you know, and why the Copyright Act as well, copyright law in India needs to step into the so-called digital domain. And we've been talking about, you know, the Copyright Act steps, you know, stepping into the digital domain for a long time now. But I think, you know, with everything going digital, including a greater focus on digital piracy, you know, it's overdue that the Copyright Act also now incorporate modalities to fight in digital piracy from a digital perspective and not from a physical world perspective. We've stuck for far too long in the physical world. You know, as you know, Indian courts have, particularly the Delhi High Court, has been very innovative where site blocking actions, you know, are concerned, and the MPA has taken a tremendous lead in helping to develop, helping the courts to develop their jurisprudence. We've gone to dynamic injunctions, and recently the dynamic injunction perspective has gone to another sphere altogether on the sports broadcasting side, where rather than you know, identifying new entities or new variations of websites or online resources and having a court pass an order, all you're required to do is file an affidavit now, and which will be deemed automatically included within the order. So even that little process is not required. But I think, you know, all of that has its limitation. And I say limitation in terms of the inconvenience that rights owners are put to, the money they spend in tracking, identifying, and then persecuting or prosecuting you know, entities, chasing them all over the globe, monitoring them, etc. All of that is something that is time consuming and needs a lot of focus and a lot of resources. Personally, what I'd like to see in the Copyright Act is a method and ability for administrative site blocking, where in nodal ministry, when identified and advised of actual instances of online piracy, can take action to administratively block websites. Now, again, this is a topic we've talked about for a long time, because Section 69 of the IT Act allows for such blocking, unfortunately, not on copyright infringement grounds. So what I'd really like to see is the Copyright Act bringing in processes and an ability for rights owners not to have to go to court all the time, but have an ability to have an administrative site blocking perspective. You know, across the board, I think, not to take too much time for opening remarks, but across the board, I think the Copyright Act needs to be overhauled in a substantive and significant manner. Starting off with the digital space, I'd like to go back to the simplicity of the 1 and the 0, and have simple language and have non-ambiguous clauses and provisions which make it easier. There are two reasons why you know, the Copyright Act needs to be updated One is to be able to protect intellectual property more efficiently in the digital space, which is one of the reasons why India has acceded to the WIPO copyright treaties after all. But equally, it's important to update the Copyright Act for the digital space because we need to prevent the misuse of IP under the nomenclature of outdated or older provisions. A clear example here, for instance, would be Section 31D, which is, which was always intended to be extended to traditional broadcasting, radio and television, and now is, sought to be extended to online streaming when it's questionable that the legislature did not intend it. And under that sort of condition, you are bound to do more harm to the interest of copyright owners and to the industries as opposed to help. Because if the provision did not oversee those acts, then it obviously did not deal with balancing between the ownership interest and the interest of, say, exploiting platforms or utilizing platforms. So these are just some of the kind of ideas I'd like to throw out there, and then as we discuss, I guess we can go ahead and talk more about it.
Yep, excellent. Thank you, Amit. A lot of great food for thought in this panel discussion as we proceed. Turning to Anil, what are your thoughts on the overall challenges of civil and criminal proceedings in India against digital pirate site operators based on current law and enforcement resources? What would you like to see by way of potential legislative changes to aid online enforcement moving forward? Anil? I think you're on mute, sir.
Thank you, Trevor, for the question. And I think Amit has already covered most of the points that are there to talk about. It is time that we acknowledge that piracy is more than just infringement. Right now, what is happening is that the copyright law is enabled to deal with normal infringement. What is piracy and how it is different from infringement? In my mind, piracy is the business of infringement, and the websites and apps which predominantly peddles the infringed content is what is hurting the creative economy. So it is time that law wakes up and realizes that piracy is a real threat to the creative economy and is destroying the creative economy or eating it from inside. Also, what is happening today is that these pirates have no face and no territorial boundaries because of the digital space that we are in right now. So they can operate from any country, any safe havens, or even within India. Also, there are when the law here right now provides for criminal enforcement, you have to go to the local police station and file a complaint there, wherein it becomes a difficult proposition even if the pirate is within India also to get it enforced, get the police to cooperate between states and do an enforcement action, and all those things is a very elaborate process today. Even when we are looking at blocking of the sites, as Amit said, we have to go to courts today and we have to take John Doe orders. Now it is evolved into dynamic injunctions where at least the courts have put a process in place where we can just add the variations of the sites, because it's like the game of whack-a-mole when you deal with pirates. The website that you actually shut down or just get it blocked, they just come out with a variation and it is back and up and running again in no time. So it is very difficult to stop piracy, and the problem is that when there is a movie that's to be released and it gets leaked out, or there's a program that is to be released, it leaks out, or immediately after the program is broadcasted, it comes on a pirate OTT, the actual revenue that a broadcaster or a producer is supposed to earn is being eroded. So going to court, taking, even filing an affidavit, getting a further injunction, that takes time, and lesser time than that is taken by the pirate to come out with a variation site. So, between Viacom 18, Sony, Star, and MPA, obviously, we had, we even tried to do a public-private partnership by setting up the MCDCU, which is Maharashtra Cyber Digital Crime Unit, to fight piracy. And it has also given a lot of, efforts have gone into it, and some results have come out of it. But again, it is not the silver bullet for piracy also, because it is, again, it is one state. And when you look at it, if this kind of units come up in every state, is that the answer? Again, the problem is interstate cooperation and all those things. Apart from that, if you look at it, it is not just India from where the pirates are operating. How to reach out and cooperate with agencies outside India is also a question that we need to get an answer for. And to top all that, right now, today, the fight against piracy is mainly a one-person game. Like if Viacom18's property is being pirated by pirate side, I'm not talking about just infringement, I'm talking piracy here. Viacom18's content is getting pirated, then it is Viacom18's fight against that pirate. But everyone is doing their own individual fights. So that is where the nodal agency or the central agency, which can come through law, the establishment of that can happen. And again, there can be a public-private partnership to have a common infringing website list and all those things. And all the content owners, content creators have to come together with this kind of an agency, public-private partnership cooperation, and instead of going to courts and wasting judicial time, it may be the government may be able to help in fighting piracy more efficiently if this kind of a private public partnership can be taken to a national level. And also, it is important for this kind of a process where the government can also engage with similar agencies outside India, so that there is international cooperation also in the fight against piracy. And this is actually a big issue, as in piracy is not just piracy; it funds illegal activities. So it is much more than hurting the creative economy. I think it is a much larger issue which needs to be tackled, and it's high time that the government also looks into something like this.
Okay, great, thank you, Anil. Continuing along, Ritesh, if I may turn to you, and continuing on this theme, more or less, as part of a global group, Sony is well positioned to leverage Indian content as a digital export opportunity all over the world on behalf of India. But this, of course, depends on maximizing the opportunity for your content investments here in your home market. How does Sony see copyright law as a tool to improve your content monetization opportunities in India, especially with the rise of VOD online seeing substantial growth, but also, as the panelists have been mentioning so far, pirate sites also seeing substantial growth using your and everyone else's content? Ritesh, over to you. If you can remember to unmute yourself, thank you.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. It's very interesting when I talk to my business leaders of what we are doing to deal with piracy, because that's one of the major concern areas which has now find its ways in the minds of the business people as to what we are doing about piracy. Until 2 years back or 3 years back, at least at SPNI, Sony Pictures Networks India, legal team was doing proactively some anti-piracy measures. Now there's business pressure to do a few things, and that's where I think piracy has had the greatest impact, as one can imagine, if the business leaders are involved into some of the decision making or to deal with the piracy. This is by far eroding the revenues, be it India or be it international. More international space, because in India the subscriptions and be it on the digital or television side are quite cheap. Of course, the Indians are getting access to all the international websites and apps which are pirated. They get to download and watch all the content. But I think internationally we are also getting a big hit. So I think Amit and Anil have spoken rightly about the efficacy of our Copyright Act to deal with piracy. And I think, in my view, just to add what they said, the time has come that the Copyright Act should be overhauled, and in the entire overhauling, piracy needs to be defined. It has to be distinguished from simple infringement. Piracy is at industrial scale, and it is done to deny the government of their legitimate revenues, and of course, erode the revenues of stakeholders and players like us. And in that sense, the government should look at from the lens of an economic offense. It is a big economic offense. Also, I think one of the problematic areas in our Copyright Act is, of course, Section 52(1)(b), which talks about the transient and transient storage of data and performances in the technical process of communication. And I think that has to be struck down because it creates complications. I will talk about some of the other points that we should we typically look at leveraging the Copyright Act, be it in India and in international space. Now that we have talked enough about piracy, these may be the softer points, but one thing that we are told that the business needs certainty. When we go and tell the business that we do not know, but we need to make a provision for this payment and for that payment, and that's where the business people get rattled to say that, you know, what the lawyers are doing. And there are a couple of provisions in the Copyright Act which are quite questionable, or at least there is no clarity. And of course, the first one is the provisos to Section 18, where the cinema halls are excluded when a movie is exhibited there for the payment of royalties. Now, of course, we all know the genesis of this, but I think from a broadcaster point of view, the way we see it, that if a movie which is primarily produced for theaters, the royalties are not to be paid to the authors, what about the television programs which are made for television? What about the web series which are made for digital platforms? They should be meted with the same kind of treatment. And even for this exception of theatrical distribution of the movies is not going to hold true even after the post-COVID scenario. The movies are now getting released on OTT platforms. Even now, and I think this trend is likely to continue. And therefore, I think this is one area that is of increasing concern, and it needs to be revisited. The second point is, you know, the producers of the content. We call ourselves the producers of the content. Not only we are producing for our television channels, we are producing it for third parties. We are OTT a stakeholder, we are television stakeholder, we are doing into theatrical distribution, we are doing all sorts of things. And I think it's very important. Sorry, my screen has gone off into the silent mode. Let me return. Sorry about that. I forgot to tinker with my mouse to remain on this. It went to the silent mode.
Quite all right.
So yeah, so we are investing a lot of monies into the content, and it is a fair expectation of the investor that he should be able to control all facets of that content which are produced. And the problem lies in Section 17(b) of the Copyright Act, where you can be the owner of the cinematograph film, but you cannot be the owner of the underlying works. And I think that is one area that needs to be looked into when the legislation is going to be revisited. The next is, of course, which is quite favorite to all the lawyers working in the broadcasting and OTT fraternity, would be the royalties payable to the performers. You know, the curious interpretation of the word live in the definition of performance, how it is being interpreted and how it is being now forced upon by some of the copyright societies is quite questionable, and of course that in fact gives you a lot of uncertainty and adds to the cost if it is to be upheld eventually. And of course, then the royalties payable to the performers. I mean, there are two points to it. One, who are entitled in a cinematograph film, who are entitled for those royalties? All the performers or the key performers, the marquee performers? There's no clarity. Unlike assignment of a copyright for the for a sound recording, you know that you have to share the royalties in equal attribution to the authors as well as the music label. But there is no clarity on this. And the other facet to this is, of course, no, I think I've covered both the facets. And I think one soft area where, again, we need to look into from a futuristic point of view is the data sets and databases. I've had a couple of discussions in other forums as well, where I think companies, including the content companies, are increasingly invest in artificial intelligence and machine learning. Now, those data sets and databases, currently, I think we seek to protect them under the literary works, but I think that's quite outdated approach. I think the data sets and databases need to find its own place in the copyright as a separate species and class of work. And then I think this debate which is going around the world of whether artificial intelligence and machine learning creating copyrightable works, can those be owned by a non-natural person? And I think the time has come that this debate needs to conclude in favor of artificial machine learning. We all know the reality, and I think, for example, companies should be regarded as the authors of those works because they simply own the artificial intelligence and machine learning. And I think these are some of the areas which can be leveraged by big producers and big broadcasters and OTT companies, which can lead to the maximization of the revenues.
Okay, excellent, thank you. We'll definitely come back to the AI theme in the second half of our panel discussion, because that is absolutely a critical component of this if we really want to do something that's sort of more far-reaching when we talk about changes to upgrade copyright for the digital era. Before we continue, I did want to have at least one more question on the content protection track for Mr. Uday Singh. Uday, as noted in MPA APAC President Belinda Louie's welcome address earlier today, the MPA works closely with ACE, ACE, which is the Alliance for Creativity and Entertainment, to protect film and television content against piracy all over the digital world. A key ACE priority in India has been what has been referred to as the Telegram Monitoring Project. And this is meant to be an example of voluntary collaboration efforts without having to go too far down the path of legal actions or legislative changes. As we all know, digital platforms such as Telegram clearly hold many of the keys to a global digitized market for our industry's content, products, and services. Uday, if you could tell us more about the so-called voluntary measures in India with platforms such as Telegram, how they've been operating in practice, and their importance to the industry during this time of digital transformation and pandemic, that would be great. Uday?
Thank you, Trevor. Let me take one step back and talk of some of the problems that the earlier panelists have raised, primarily about the shape-shifting monster that the piracy is, that it keeps morphing and going into multiple locations. The second was it's multi-jurisdictional. The threat is not in one location because the pirates have morphed into operating out of multiple areas, as we've seen with some of the leading sites. And the third issue I think that came up was what are the kind of remedies that we could follow. And I think while we've looked at the judicial and the need for administrative remedies and the inclusion of MCDCU and the dynamic injunctions in the Delhi High Court, I think this, as we all recognize, there's not a single bullet that can take care of this problem right across. ACE, I think, has been set up as an answer to this multi-jurisdictional and shape-shifting problem, where it kind of addresses the same rogue site in multiple jurisdictions and tries to find what could be the best way to kind of stimulate a legitimate marketing environment, market for our content businesses, and also to kind of make it more difficult, or shall we say, raise the cost of the pirate from doing business and reduce the cost of our legitimate players from, the harms of piracy. The only point I would like to add on the economic front of piracy that was raised by one of the panelists is there's also a social problem, because a lot of these sites have malware and identity theft and all kinds of things that are embedded. So when you're downloading that software, you're also getting all kinds of other problems and unwanted problems, which you can deal with. So I just wanted to kind of add on that economic platform problem. Coming to another opportunity, as you mentioned rightly, is this whole voluntary process. Multiple jurisdictions have tried it in the past by having voluntary measures in place. And I think what we have been able to achieve with this Telegram monitoring project is, I think, a very good start in that direction. As you know, Telegram is a peer-to-peer service, much like WhatsApp. The only difference is it allows about 1.5 GB that can be transferred from one person to the other. It also has what it calls the super groups, where about 200,000 people can actually become members of a particular channel. And it allows that broadcasting of that channel to go to unlimited number of people. It has about 400 million users on a monthly, active monthly users. And if you actually look at what they claim is that if they are if they are notified from a copyright holder, then they will definitely work towards removing that infringing content. So the Telegram monitoring project was set up by ACE to be able to look at how we can address the problems of sharing on the Telegram platform. There were multiple channels and multiple users, and with this large user base, it can be a little more complex. So how could you address this problem in a voluntary manner, where you could have an arrangement where you could send notices to Telegram and get some results? I think if you look at what the ACE process was basically mine the data, look at the channels which are actually doing, which are relevant to our members and relevant to ACE. As Belinda mentioned in the morning, the newest addition to ACE is, other than the major content providers across the world, is also Apple Plus. Apple has just joined the ACE coalition. And I think once you find a relevance, they've been able to actually extract and identify the information where the channels are actually, where the infringing channels are. Then they issue bulk notices to these channels, right? So that they can so they know that somebody's watching them and there's a level of disruption that can prevail. And then we monitor and track the responses that have been sent out. As of August 26, the project tracked about 1,100 different channels on Telegram. They sent out about 12,000 notices, and they targeted about 193 targeted channels who were actually infringing. 58 channels were taken off, 57 channels complied with the takedown requests, and 62 channels partially complied with the takedown request. So approximately 82% of the notified infringing messages have been removed, and then follow-up notices sent to those who are partially doing it and partially not fully taking off those infringing materials. Now, this actually sets up a very interesting proposition, which is an additional tool in the arsenal to be able to have voluntary arrangements. It's a beginning of a very good arrangement where we need not go to either the courts or look at the policing mechanisms, where just between the copyright holder and the platform, you could actually enter into an arrangement. I think similar arrangements have been set up in UK and other jurisdictions where voluntary mechanisms have worked. But there again, it was blessed by the government, who played the role of an honest broker between the copyright holders and the various platforms to be able to bring about this kind of an arrangement. I think if this works for Telegram, which is one of the biggest problems in India, we could always look at the good part of this is a scalable model. We can immediately scale it to a larger number of infringing sites, and it could also get extended to more platforms who want to get into this kind of a voluntary arrangement. So I think this is another additional tool to disrupt the pirates' shape-shifting monster, or the pirates' hydra-headed number of sites, by finding a simpler voluntary mechanism.
Great. Thank you, Uday. Yeah, thank you, Uday, for that very good overview. No doubt we'll come back to the content protection and digital piracy theme. I did want to make sure we spend a few minutes on some copyright and IPR related topics that aren't necessarily directly related to content protection. Amit, if I could come back to you and tap into your expertise around government thinking. Question is your thoughts on how the government gets the balance right as it seeks to look at copyright policies now and going forward. From my personal perspective, and from what I've certainly seen in other jurisdictions around the region, COVID certainly is an opportunity to sort of prompt carefully calibrated changes that ought to happen anyway. And I think you may have alluded to this, this notion that there might be a stack of things that a government wanted to achieve anyway. And COVID certainly creates both an opportunity and an impetus to act on legislative changes, sort of if not now then never kind of mandate. At the same time, certainly with something that is of course understandably emotional and impactful as a pandemic, there's also a risk of reactive changes coming out of this process, and there's always the risk that legislative changes in particular, might be rushed, and that ends up setting negative longer-term consequences, and after a number of years puts us sort of in no better place than we were prior to the pandemic and the impetus for change. So in a broad sense, what would be your advice to all of us as the government sets down this path of reevaluating copyright for a global digitized era, particularly as what you suggest, really copyright needing a fairly comprehensive overhaul? How do they sort of strike the right balance between these sort of immediate changes, but not rushing through and still giving things due consideration?
Thanks, Trevor. I think firstly, India really needs to take a very careful and calibrated look at the Copyright Act and realize that far from being aligned with international processes and international practices, well, I quite understand that the jury is out on the term international process or international practice where copyright law is concerned, but in large areas and large themes, we are not aligned with the international system. And as a first off safe ground, a travel posture where amendments are concerned, alignment with the international system is important. Now, what do I mean by alignment with the international system? Now, internationally, and I go back to elements of Ritesh's discussions on the aspect of ownership, royalty rights, etc. And I'd be the first person to agree that construct is probably the most unnatural thing that one can find in a Copyright Act. It's not natural. But one thing people would realize is there's a reason we got there. The reason we got there is that unlike in the West, which actively respects copyright as a bundle of rights or bundle of distinct rights and preserves the distinct identity of underlying works that are incorporated in films and recordings, etc., India stopped doing that. India started looking at collective or derivative works or neighboring rights or the resultant consequences of the confluence of underlying rights as the only existence. And when we did that, we did a silent, unacknowledged violence to the copyright system in itself. That meant that copyright owners who sourced and paid for underlying works were, in a sense, themselves barred from monetizing the underlying works when their collective works were being exploited. By way of example, it prevented a film producer from separately monetizing and collecting royalties through copyright societies. Forget about authors for a change. Just go by owners. It barred and literally prohibited a copyright owner from being a part of a copyright society and collecting performance royalties from the exploitation of the underlying works as a part of a film in a cinema hall. You go to Singapore. In Singapore, the local publishing copyright societies collects royalties when a film is exhibited in a cinema hall. And why did that not ever happen in India if we have a bundle of rights and copyright and distinct right theory? Because if our practice was so disaligned or so off the rails that we came to a system where neither the stakeholders were recognized, neither were the owners who paid to and commissioned works were able to monetize their underlying works and their bundle of copyrights. So we came to this unnatural position where, regardless of ownership transpiring, monetization or remuneration was thought by the policymaker as being an adequate contribution to the recognition of different stakeholders. A simple way to address that, to my mind, is to ensure that you recognize, and the Copyright Act stipulates, and sometimes in India I've learned over the last 25 years in the law, it's important to state the obvious. Unlike, I don't know a parallel anywhere in the world where one has to state this obvious. So from that perspective, I think, we need to state this obvious. And so, as for the first theme is align back into the world system. Realize that the world system has worked in a manner, even while there is corporate authorship in America, even where there is 100% buyout in the rest of the world, stakeholders are respected, critical stakeholders are respected, make a lot of money, as songwriters do and script writers do and performers do in that system, and industries boom. So, the international system is a precedent that we don't need unnatural provisions in our Copyright Act, but we can't get rid of these provisions unless you align with what the world is doing and what has worked for member studios in the US and Europe and different parts of the country, different parts of the world. So I think that's the first element. I think that's really important. Secondly, I think what India really needs to do is, when we talk about alignment and when we talk about taking India, the Copyright Act into the future, is to take our treaty obligations exceedingly seriously. We seem to have got used to India, unfortunately, as saying that, oh yeah, fine, we may have a treaty obligation, but as it's municipal law that prevails, and if municipal law is in derogation to a treaty, then municipal law will prevail. It doesn't matter. Well, you sign treaties for the purpose of harmonization, and you have obligations. And those obligations must be taken seriously. And if you don't take those obligations seriously, unlike other countries, India's parliament, as we know, doesn't ratify treaty. India ratifies international treaties by incorporating those treaty obligations and provisions into domestic law. So we must explicitly do that. We must explicitly call out the treaty alignment. There's no point in signing the WCT and having TPM provisions which are diluted to the WCT and WPPT provision. It's not a question of nationalism. It's the question of harming ourselves and harming precious industry when we don't align with this system. There's a thought process to why we align with international copyright treaties or international IP treaties, not because our arms are twisted behind our backs, but because we realize we can share from the international system and benefit from that system. And I think it's crucial that the second element of consciously and in the spirit and letter of the law, aligning with international treaties is incorporated. One of the biggest provisions in international treaties is the three-step test in the Berne Convention. And if today that three-step test were perhaps to be applied to many of the exceptions and limitations, perhaps in some of them, if not all, India may fail the three-step test that the Berne Convention has applied. And the Berne Convention itself is a threshold criteria under TRIPS as a threshold qualification criteria. So I think, these are the two big call outs I'd like to make. There are nuts and bolts that we could talk about for the rest of the day. But I think for me, these two call outs are very important.
Excellent. Thank you, Amit. Very well said. I'd like to, we've got still about 15 minutes to go. I'd like to come back to a topic that Ritesh actually raised, although I understand, Anil, this is something that you're also quite interested in, and maybe a chance for us to go a little bit cutting edge now in the discussion. With the pace of technological change, we all suspect that we will see more AI-derived works. Ritesh nicely teed that up in terms of definition and what that might look like. Obviously, we're referring to what I'll call non-human created works. These are already happening in the marketplace in many countries. Right now, they could be as simple as short stories, images, or sounds that are already being generated by a computer application. Ritesh also talked about things like data sets and big data, if you will. Of course, as technology accelerates, this absolutely could and should be an opportunity for India to take a global lead in copyright policy, given that India is uniquely placed at an intersection of both creativity and technology within the economy. What are your thoughts, as well as your concerns, if you'd like to state them, about the copyright implications around all of this, such as ownership and protection of such works? Anil?
Yeah. Thank you, Trevor. So I'm going to take this on a very basic level because we are at a nascent stage as far as machine-originated work is concerned. The evolution of machines from being tools of creativity, like earlier, maybe we had a Word document, which is also a computer program, but the creativity was actually from cognitive capability of a human being. Likewise, Photoshop, Excel, all those things. But now, from those tools being a tool of creativity, it is becoming, the machine is, or the program, the computer program, are becoming independent creators of work, and it has already happened. That is what the most important thing to recognize is, as in in 2016, there was a Japanese AI which co-authored a short story which actually had a lot of creativity in it, due to which it went to the second round of a National Literary Prize. So, an AI created by Google is creating music today. And another AI, or the machine which was calibrated by some museum workers, landed up creating a Rembrandt kind of painting, resembling kind of painting, after learning or going through more than 1,000 works of Rembrandt. So all these things are happening as on today, and it has been happening for the last more than 4 to 5 years, where AI has reached a cognitive capability to create its own work. The level of creativity of that work also is becoming more complex and more better day by day, and maybe we can argue that it is still not equal to the cognitive capability of a human being, as an equal to a Rembrandt or equal to Tagore or whoever it, all those great artists and authors. So when we look at all these things, the questions from copyright law that a machine authored work brings in are mainly two. I mean, these are basic questions that will bring. Who will be the author of the work created by the AI? Can such work, created by AI, have a copyright protection? Now, I will not say that India is behind and has to catch up on this law, because across the world, if you look at it, there are issues that is arising out of law because of the machine authored work. For example, in United States, the Copyright Office has declared that it will register an original work of authorship, provided the work was created by a human being. Now, that is clearly bringing the AI or machine-generated work into a domain which does not afford it copyright protection. Whereas in the Europe, the Europe Court of Justice of the European Union has also declared on various occasions that originality must reflect the author's own intellectual creation, and the meaning that an original work must reflect the author's personality. So this means that a human is necessary to create a work, and then only it gets that copyright protection. This is one phase of it. And the other phase of it is, wittingly or unwittingly, countries like India and UK has taken the approach in its law. I mean, presently it is present in its law that in case of any literary, dramatic, musical, or artistic works, which is created by a computer program, the author shall be the person who has made arrangements or necessary for the creation of the work it is undertaken. So the question whether the programmer is going to be the owner or the AI is going to be the owner, this is the third option, which is where a person who actually gets that machine, maybe a machine with cognitive capabilities to create that work, is going to be the author. Why I said wittingly or unwittingly is because the section 2D 6 of the Copyright Act, which basically comes under who all are the authors of works, has been part of the Copyright Act much before even AI getting a cognitive capability or to create its own work has even arrived. So I don't think the Copyright Act has actually, the legislator has actually given a thought about how the AI generated work has to be handled, but whatever is present in the Act today in India kind of gives protection as far as the AI generated work is concerned. Now, the biggest challenge that the world is going to face is there are countries which recognizes copyright created by, authored by machines. There are countries which does not. I mean, the law does not do it. Now, what will this give rise to? There is a complete conflict of laws that is going to happen. And copyright is not a state or a national phenomenon. If a copyright is created, it will only be valid if the whole world gives it that protection. That is why we have all these conventions in place, right? So I think the evolution of the authorship and copyright protection, it is not just a state subject. It has to be a conversation, which is an international conversation. Maybe agencies like WIPO, WIPO, and other agencies will have to pick it up, and it will only settle with some kind of an international convention which gives this kind of a protection. And maybe agencies like MP and all can play a bigger role in driving this conversation, not only in a domestic forum, but also on international forums as well.
Great, thank you. Ritesh, coming back to you, certainly welcome to share any additional thoughts on the topic of AI or machine learning derived works. And I also wanted to dig in a little bit more with you on the issue of copyright societies. As you know, this is something where the government has been quite keenly engaged in recent months. It'll be great to have your views and the views of Sony. Is there a need for a single society when it comes to copyright collection societies? Is there a need for a single society for a single class of works? Is there a need for a single window for all societies? It'd be great to get your views on that. But if you'd like to start by commenting on what Anil just said around AI-derived works, that would be fine as well. Thank you.
Well, yes, I think Anil has mostly summarized the position on AI and ML. But I like the idea which Anil has propagated, is that, it could finally come to our Copyright Act if there is an international convention and we participate in that and we sign it. But India's record, which Amit, I think some time back alluded to, India's track record of implementing these treaties, conventions is not that very great. I would just add that, as we speak, the works are being created. And I know for a fact that a lot of these works are being created, and it's gonna just increase in very near future. Opportunity exists because we are invited by the copyright registrar and DPIIT earlier. I think there is some kind of a thought process which is currently ignited in the government, that the Copyright Act needs to be relooked. Let's look at those amendments, and I think this particular aspect needs to be highlighted to the government, so that the process of recognition, at least the seed is sown, even if the government doesn't take it up. That's my view. Another interesting thing about copyright societies, I mean, as a broadcaster, I'm delighted that this is being asked. At the same time, we are frustrated as well. The only person who's very happy about it is, in fact, Amit. He deals with a lot of copyright societies. He's a champion for this area of our Copyright Act. But I can share with you and others my experience of copyright societies. And I mean, we all know this has been a gray area for the longest period of time. IPRS has got semblance, and thankfully they're working very fine. And licensing regime of IPRS has improved. Tariffs are being in place, but we all hear that some of the music labels are trying to now set up their own copyright societies. Then there is a singers' rights, then there are various kinds of literary works societies which are being sought to be established. And that brings to a question of a broadcaster as to how many licenses a broadcaster or any other player, smaller or bigger, has to take eventually. I mean, so many tariffs, so many negotiations, it's leading to, we are heading towards chaos. And I think there should be one copyright society for each class of work. And I also believe that there should be one apex body which should be governing all of that, so that a player like me, who's a broadcaster, who's an OTT player, who's a producer, who's into theatrical distribution, and so the whole gamut of businesses, that person that goes to that apex body and takes all the licenses. And from a copyright society standpoint, look at the nuances that these copyright societies have. Frankly, as a lawyer who has done so much in media entertainment, at times even I get lost in those nuances, and I have to call an accomplished lawyer like Amit to help us understand the nuances, those who have dealt with these nuances extensively from a litigation point of view. And I think these copyright societies need to understand that they better get their act together and try to streamline this. A lot of copyright societies have come in which are creating problems. Some of those claims, I would consider them being ludicrous. And also, I think one point is that if a smaller player who does not have that bandwidth to hire expensive lawyers or doesn't have an in-house team, it is near impossible for that person to appreciate the nuances of these copyright societies and going from one counter to another counter to get those licenses. Currently, the copyright societies are very happy giving the licenses to the bigger players, and that's where the revenue pie is increasing. But I think there's a much bigger pie that they can target if they simplify the affairs of licensing and regulate themselves under this one copyright society for each class of work, and possibly having one apex body. Easier said than done, but I think that's what is going to be needed in future.
Hey, great. Thank you very much, Ritesh. Uday, we've got a couple minutes left. I wanted to come back to you with one final question or thought on the content protection line. As you know, the focus for today's panel on copyright, when we talk about content protection, is been around the global digitized area. Yet one of your longstanding efforts for the MPA in India has been to clamp down on old-fashioned camcording of content in cinemas. If you could maybe briefly elaborate on why camcording is still going to be a problem in a newly digitized entertainment world, and what it is that we'd like to see the government taking action in this regard, whether it's within the context of copyright or perhaps other parts of the law. Uday?
Thanks, Trevor. Yes, you're absolutely right. This is one of those Sisyphus things that I've been talking about for the longest time, that we've been pushing that onerous rock up the hill. And I think that uphill battle continues. I think the last was that we appeared before the parliamentary committee, and the recommendations have already gone through. But unfortunately, this has been hanging fire now from session to session. I now learn that the winter session of Parliament is not likely to happen and might get combined with the budget session, which probably gives us the next window of when this probably is going to get addressed. It's a long-standing demand. Basically, we all know that source piracy, where is it stolen from? It's stolen from cinema halls for a large part. And that is one hole that has to be plugged. That leak has to be plugged for the longest time. Therefore, our demand has been that this is recognized and the severity of the penalties increased, so that syndicates and groups which are actually taking it off the screen and kind of sending it out to the internet or other places are kind of discouraged from doing so. So I think I'm hopeful that it will probably go into the next session. My last conversation with the INB ministry was that they would probably bring it in the winter session, but then people have changed within the INB ministry, as we know. So hopefully now, if it happens as a combined session in January or in the end of January, along with the budget session, I'm sure there are a lot of bills which are going to keep people distracted, but this is just a small provision in the Cinematograph Act, which I think has been out for a long time, and hopefully it'll cross the line.
Great, thank you, Uday. The 1 hour has flown by. Again, my huge thanks to the panelists for your time today, for your contributions. It's been a really interesting exchange of views and ideas. We'll absolutely look forward to following these developments as we get into 2021 and hopefully finally put the pandemic behind all of us. So thank you again, and hope everyone enjoys the rest of the day during today's FICCI programming. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Take care. Bye-bye.
We are live.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back post-lunch. We hope you had a good meal. So let's move on to next session of the day. That is digital content regulation, learning from best global practices. We have eminent speakers for the session to be moderated by Ms. Vanita Kohli Khandekar, who is the contributing editor of Business Standard. To take it forward, we hand it over to moderator, Ms. Vanita. Over to you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thanks, Muskan. Thank you, Lina, and thank you, FICCI, for giving me this opportunity. Good afternoon, everybody, and a warm welcome to all my panelists, first of all. Many years back, in 2003 or 4, it was, I think, that when the whole CAS, conditional access mess was happening, the government of India, in its wisdom, appointed the Telecom Regulatory Authority as a regulator for broadcast, and we were all pretty happy about it because we said, okay, some sort of framework, some sort of order will come to this chaos, and it actually happened. The TRAI did an excellent job in the first decade or so. It really brought a lot of order to the mess that was the television broadcast, especially on the ground in distribution. I don't think broadcast needed so much regulation as on-ground distribution. It did that. And over the years, then one realized that TRAI was equating television broadcasting with telecom and using principles that it had applied to voice telephony to broadcasting. And that caused its own set of problems, which have now culminated in NTO 1, NTO 2, and a whole lot of other things, price regulation. And those are things which we've discussed and debated often. And I think that is one reason why the specter of regulation, especially in the entertainment broadcast or entertainment stream, worries people. The recent changes that the government of India has announced vis-a-vis putting OTT under the MI as far as creating rules regulations is a perfectly logical move. It was expected. It had to happen. But what does this portend, and what does this mean, and what will it end up with? There's a little bit of complication here, and this is more for the audience than the panelists, that there has also been a PIL in the Supreme Court, which has demanded that OTTs be regulated. And on the other side, there's the Internet and Mobile Association of India, which has developed a code, which I read yesterday, pretty robust code, which is still being debated and discussed with the government of India. So that's where we are. This topic is so with it that I just want each of you, and there's Ajay Chako from RA, Tarun Katyal from Z5, there's Gaurav Rakshit of Woot, there is Sanjeev Lamba of Hangama, Vivan of Koan, and Vivan is a little too rhyming. And Karan, you're late, Karan from MX Player, who's on board with us. So I'd like each one of them to take you through what their thinking is on this issue. And also, I might remind my panelists to bring in the global best practices bit here, though there isn't much that has happened as far as the rest of the world is concerned. Ajay, I'm going by the screen in front of me. So Ajay, you want to start before your connection times out also?
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Anita. Yeah. Am I audible?
Yeah, you are.
Okay. So I mean, two broad points to make on this. And I agree with you that it's no big deal if MIB is the regulator, whoever is the regulator. The issue is of regulation per se, and what's the principle that you're actually going to use to kind of regulate people, right? So in the context of regulation, India has always actually had too many wheels within wheels, and I think the approach of trying to bring the newest guy to the lowest common denominator or the most stringent norm that is available in the market is really a sort of self-defeating sort of option. What I mean by that is that if print is the most highly regulated amongst the lot, or if cinema is the most highly regulated of the lot, if you actually introduce regulation in digital, in whether it's OTT, to try and get parity with a print or a cinema is really not necessarily the best of approaches. My simple point is that if you've seen an industry grow with less regulation, relative self-declaration, offering informed choice to people, maybe it's time to liberalize cinema, TV, and print and radio, rather than bring kind of digital down to the lowest common denominator. So that's my only humble submission, and I've actually told this to Mr. Javadekar when he was there in a couple of meetings earlier. We've had a lot of these sessions through IMAI, through FICCI. Tarun is heading that now, 2-3 years in the making. But again, I think the import of that is that please allow newer technologies to kind of take away the urge of trying to have a sort of a granny-like regulatory framework where other people need to kind of see what is happening and approve. Here, there is enough informed choice available. There are enough technological tools available to achieve what you want from a regulatory perspective. So that's one point. The other point is, I think we should also remember that for all the top of regulation, this industry all put together has been actually something that reaches out to almost 85-90% of the country. It hasn't been able to generate value from a business point of view, which is probably equal to even 2 or 3 mid-tier IT companies. Maybe if you add L&T and Mindtree, I mean, that's my favorite example. The entire media sector valuation is less than that, right? So you must remember that IT regulation also came in much later when compared to the IT industry's kind of existence itself, and that kind of helped grow the ecosystem quite well, and that created a lot of jobs, and that created a business which was far more substantive than what it is in India. And it's a surprise that despite being the top consumed business in India by revenue, by market cap, it is not even in the top 10 businesses, the whole sector, in India. Whereas everywhere in the world, you'll see a media company at least in the top 10 businesses in that country. So that's my humble submission that, one, do not bring down the new guy to the oldest possible norm. So I'm happy about the fact that, okay, fine, everything is getting consolidated, but consolidate and liberate the others, because that's their problem. Cinema has been actually under too many national as well as local regulations. Maybe it's time to think about liberating that, because, digital allows you to put cinema directly there. So might as well take that as an approach rather than bring it the other ground. And the second part is obviously look at the industry as a whole, that actually can, from a development and growth point of view, which is probably one of the important reasons to regulate, right? And my last point is about this whole thing about, consumer complaints and whatever. If you look at, for the size of the country that we have, if you look at the number of complaints that have actually come in, even when we had set up the tier 1 of the OCCP, it is actually, you can count them in a handful. And some of the PILs that we filed in a couple of cases, where it's the Indore High Court one, the other one in UP, they were all thrown out, or they were not even regarded as serious. I mean, some of these were frivolous ones. So let's not go by 5, 10, 50 complaints of somebody saying, okay, fine, I don't like this, in a country of 100 crore people. Let's moderate that impression also. Sorry,
Tarun? Yeah. Tarun, I'd like you to come in at this stage wearing 2 different hats, one as the CEO of ZEE5 and also as the head of the committee which drafted the self-regulation code.
Thank you, Vanita. Thank you for the opportunity. I think Gaurav and me have worked very hard with most members at the Digital Entertainment Committee, and I would want to give credit to IMAI to have done this process for many, many years now. This was the third code that we actually were able to pull up. But the big difference in this code than any other codes before was that almost everybody in the industry signed one single code. We are 18 members who've signed this code, which covers for almost 80-90% of all digital video streaming on the original content side. I, in fact, reached out to even Google to sign it, but they don't do any original content and they fall in the aggregated content bucket. But everybody else in the market today, almost everybody else in the market signed the code, which is the highlight of the code. The second thing I would want to point out to everybody on the panel, and Gaurav knows this, is that we are assuming that by moving the educating ministry to INB, there is going to be regulation. There is nowhere that the ministry has ever, in any of its affidavits, in any of the court cases, said that they plan to bring in any sort of regulation. In fact, all public statements of the ministry
absolutely
have been about encouraging the industry for self-regulation. And in my own personal conversations as the co-chair for IMEI and as representing ZEE5, all the conversations with the minister as well as with the senior bureaucrats have been that they've been encouraging us to bring a self-regulatory code that can be standard and can help the entire industry find a common way forward.
Okay.
They've also been very supportive of content diversity. Unlike other places, there has been no show that the government has ever come and said should be pulled out unless it was issues of pornography. Right? So I think we have to see the government in the light of the support that it has given to this sector and let it flourish to this point. Also, yes, Ajay made a very good point about how the IT industry and the regulation there. And yes, we would want the OTT business to grow as economic value, but we must realize that stories have a very powerful way of impacting lives and people. And that is why a certain amount of responsibility on our own behalf while telling these stories is very, very important. I have also worked with Avia at the Asia level in building the code. And while you were asking about international, the way it's happening internationally, I worked with Netflix, with Disney, as well as with Comcast in developing a code that is very similar to our self-regulation code. And I think you should also have a look at that, Vanita. But that code too, which goes across all of the Asian markets through Avia, does recommend for most players to be able to deliver content diversity while being very self-responsible and accountable. And we must realize that one of the big things that is happening in the country is that while you are triangulating the broadband penetration that the TRAI is also unbundling with, from cable, etc., with the availability of smart TVs, which are down to about $100 price now, and availability of all our digital video streaming platforms on TV, this platform, and you and me have spoken about it earlier, this platform is more and more replacing the television in the house. So it is not as personal and one-on-one as we all thought it to be, which is why it's important for us to understand age gating, age rating, and parental locks, so that we can tell stories that are for all kind of audiences, but we do allow the user to be able to make those choices and use technology to be able to decide what and how they want to watch. I don't want to take more of your time. I think if I get started with the amount of work Gaurav, me, Karan have done on this, I can speak for another couple of hours, but I think I've made some of the most pertinent points.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Zarul. Sanjeev, you want to jump in?
Yeah, I'd like to just take a slightly different tack on this, because I've been lucky enough to have the experience to work in other markets. I spent almost a decade in the United States, also in the entertainment sector. So, I can at least look at some parallels and whatnot. The fact is that, almost in every country, media is divided up into silos. You have films as one, you have news as one, or press as one, you have, television as one, you have digital now in the last 5 years as one. And if you actually look across the world, at least in the US and also in India, the regulatory framework of each of these industries has been quite different. If you look at films, where I have been most deeply involved in my career, in the US, it's a private body, the MPAA, and here it's the CBFC, the censor board that certifies. If you look at television, there it's controlled by the FCC, and here it's controlled by a self-regulatory body on behalf of the Broadcasters Association, and the Press Council here, and so on and so forth. So I think that the point that was made first is that you take one, it's horses for courses in some ways, because each of these mediums, the way that they're distributed, the way that they're consumed, and who consumes them and what circumstances is quite different. And hence, there is no thing as one size sort of fits all. As far as my own personal views, as far as digital is concerned, I think that digital poses like a couple of other mediums, but it poses two challenges. It poses challenges of content as well as challenges of access. And I think access challenges are somewhat different from content challenges. Access is based on technology, like, gating kids' content, not allowing people to watch something unless it has a subscription and you can prove that you're 18 years old, and so on and so forth. And content is actually more in terms of, what is politically, on political grounds, sexual grounds, violence grounds, religious, cultural, all those softer issues that what suits a society at any given point in time. It has been argued by people that if you are in a subscription environment and you're paying to subscribe, then the chances are you are saying that you're 18 years old and hence you should be free, versus a non-subscribed environment, which is somewhat what Tarun is saying, that when you're subscribing and watching in private viewing on a phone versus you're taking that same content and putting it up on a smart TV and a broader number of people are watching it, these issues change. So I think overall, is there the need for some form of regulation? Certainly. I absolutely support the fact that there should be very clear guidelines in that self-regulation, number one. Number two is that these should be consistently applied across a particular sector so that, different people are not doing different things or interpreting them differently. Number three, the consumer must be fully aware of these guidelines and what they mean for them. For example, in the US, if you ask a consumer what is PG, PG-13 R, they have a fairly clear idea. I don't think Indians can make a distinction between U and UA as easily, because there is lesser information as far as the consumers are concerned. So the consumers need to be very well informed and then left to make their choices. And then there must be some level of control if there is a violation, of these standards.
Great. Thanks, Sanjeev. Gaurav, can I invite you in?
Sure.
Yeah.
Let me add to what Tarun said. I think that it has been a long road in getting all industry participants together on the same page to be able to align on a code, right? And I think it's important to know why that transpires. I think in spirit, everyone in the industry is aligned in terms of what we want to put out in front of the consumer. But the industry itself is somewhat different than the conventional content industries, in that on any given day, just by virtue of being video on demand, ostensibly in the future, 1 billion people could be choosing from across 1 million hours of content. Right, that's the order of magnitude of the complexity of the problem that we're trying to address, because it is video on demand, and collectively that's a conservative estimate of how much content we put out. And so while I think the line of thinking on regulation is necessary because of just by virtue of how much our penetration is increasing and how much we're becoming inextricably, in some sense, woven into the fabric of society, it's also important to understand that this industry has its own mores and its own needs. I think that's where it's taken us a while to come together. The government has been very encouraging of self-regulation. So I think that's one thing that one needs to sort of call out and encourage them for giving us the space to find what is appropriate in this industry. And candidly, it's taken a while, but I'm very glad we're here where we are. And I think Sanjeev made a really good point about the two axes about on which this industry pivots. One is the content itself. And I think we have fairly robust laws of the land to protect against content that's inflammatory or otherwise. Right? All of that's in place. What's different is in our industry, and that goes to the technology as well as what we offer, the ability to be able to narrowcast to an audience also allows us to provide age gating capability. So the content that people consume is consistent with what we would be comfortable with them seeing. Now that I think is a big part of the code that we're adopting, which takes our existing frameworks forward, because I don't think there's anything quite like that out there. And so that's really a big part of what we're proposing, and I think that's found a favorable audience with the government as well. And the industry as a whole sees that as a step forward, not a step backwards, because that is something that I think in our own little way, all of us as responsible content providers have been doing. There was a need perhaps to centralize so that, as Sanjeev mentioned, everybody has a uniform understanding of what is 15 plus, 16 plus, what is 12 plus, what is 18 plus, whatever standards we use, so that they can make informed choices. And I think that's sort of where we're headed. Very optimistic that that's sort of where we will go to as we work with the government on this self-regulation process. Vinita, still on mute?
I get these mild bouts of coughing if I talk too much. Vivan, you want to take this on?
I just want to do some blue skies thinking here. I might take a couple of minutes longer than the rest, but since everyone's been so judicious, I will take that liberty. But let's just take 2 steps back and acknowledge 2 realities. One is that the Information Broadcasting Ministry is now in charge of this space, which I think everyone acknowledges. And the second is that global best practices are meaningless unless they're contextualized to our politico-institutional setup. So I want to prioritize ideation on standards that will be the benchmarks for future oversight, rather than the process for oversight. I mean, whether a new regulator or old regulator, new hat, etc. Those are things that the state will decide. And this is where I think comparative assessments can truly help. It's clear that we will see new standards at some stage, if not immediately. And those will have to derive from a triad of Article 19(2) of the Constitution, which creates the reasonable restrictions to free speech. Everything, the second part would be all the new tech and platforms, everything that's been discussed by Mr. Lamba, for instance, push versus pull, subscription versus advertising, news versus non-news, access controls, technology controls, etc. And the third aspect of it would be the important one, which is standards of acceptable speech based on locational, temporal, or creative context. And since I say this is the most important because 19(2) is frozen in time, although we should seek amendments in the future. And my predecessors have spoken, like I said, about the nuances of technology, platforms, differences between all of these. So as far as the context is concerned, the context, as far as judicial pronouncements go, has also evolved from a Hicklin test, which used to look at things out of context very narrowly. So you would take a piece of content and see whether divorced from the overall context, it is offensive to anybody, particularly in terms of obscenity, to the Roth test, which saw content as a whole and looked at the context, to now community standards and internal necessities tests that take the Roth test a step forward in a sense, but are also determined by the judicial system at hand. So the US, for instance, we know has a jury system. So the community standards are actually determined by the community versus a judge sitting in judgment of what a community standard is in India. So now to evolve a system or a standard of our own, having of course recognized that the industry has done a lot of work here, we need to ensure that this triad doesn't limit creative freedom, but furthers it. Since the recipient who may be offended or incited to violence or whatever is at the center of any future restrictions or limitations, we should first, or the state should first determine who that person is. There are two cases, there are two categories here, of course. There are minors and adults, and very clearly minors have to be protected, and they can be that this can be done through specialized laws. So we already have a Prevention, a Protection of Children from Sexual Offences Act, which really looks at how you portray children, but we also need something more on the supply side to look at how depicts how you impact children through content. And there is a lot of work the ITU has done in this regard, which we can look at. ITU is one of the oldest multilateral bodies in the world, and they have something called the Child Online Protection Framework, which India can take inspiration from, which also speaks to the kinds of laws you need, the specialized laws you need as exceptions for minors. So let's come back, and this is my last point, to the theme of adults. Let the state first determine who the recipient is, who the reasonable average person in India is, and what they will be offended by. So there are two ways to look at this, right? And in fact, the Kerala state, the Kerala High Court has, made my life easier. And I quote from a judgment on Kerala State Chalchitra Academy versus Union of India, which states that the content of films are to be judged from the standards of reasonable, strong-minded, firm, and courageous men, and not those of weak and vacillating minds, nor of those who scent danger in every hostile point of view. Now, let the state determine whether we want to project our people as weak or strong, and therefore whether reasonable men in our country are weak or strong. And we should create, therefore, after doing that exercise, a negative list of exceptions to everything that should be allowed for adults. And again, minors aside, using a reasonable man standard. These will have to be debated and discussed, but all panelists in this forum do this internally. They discuss it every day. What is the negative list? Is it okay to show a bra strap in India? Is it okay to show full frontal nudity? Is it okay to show a backside of somebody? So there's no reason why we cannot pool in our thoughts, applying a reasonable man standard that is divorced from each of these platforms, because they may think of a reasonable man as different from me, and create that narrow negative list. This will provide certainty and clarity. This can be actually the guideline that is future-proof and maybe even platform-proof. And it is also in keeping with how co-regulation works in progressive jurisdictions. So I'll end it at that. Thank you.
Interesting, very interesting. The Kerala High Court judgment is very interesting. I did not know about that. Thanks. Yeah, Karan, sorry, am I mute? No, okay. Karan, you want to come in? We've had a chat about this earlier this week, as last week, I think.
Yeah, we spoke about this, and I think that the benefit of coming in at the end of it is that you get to check off from everybody. I can summarize a little bit and copy a little bit, since everyone's made the points quite articulately. But I think to pick up on 2 or 3 themes. One is that who regulates? I think that's been a big question. I think the fact that should there be regulation is a question that has been answered. I think that government is in favor of it. Platforms have acquiesced to it. I think, and I think that given Vivan's excellent point of saying let's do this and all in context of where we are and the institutions we have, I think it's possibly the right way forward to create a framework and certainty. So the question comes to who does it, and I think that's been some of the point of debate about whether, and I think with this whole clarification that on the rules of business that MIB gave, suddenly there was this big hue and cry saying, oh my God, kya ho gaya? But frankly, of course, everybody in the industry was fully aware that this change was coming. I think the ministry had publicly stated this. In fact, I think the secretary had made the point in frames. I think I was on his panel, so he had made the point in his panel saying that the ministry will be seeking this change in rules of business. So this was not unexpected. So again, it comes back to saying, how do we do it? Ministry has been very clear that self-regulation is what they want. Industry has been very happy with self-regulation. There have been good examples of it in television. And while of course we should not all move to the lowest common denominator. I think Ajay had made that point. I think the way to do it is to probably settle on a denominator that is somewhat acceptable to all. And I think that a self-regulation standard driven by the industry is where it's coming up to be. And I think that's, IMAI has been taking the lead on that front, but I think a lot of forums and across under FICCI, CII, everybody have been heading in that direction. So I think today, given that context, given that regulation I wouldn't even call it that, given that setting standards and maintaining those standards is a given, I think that we are actually much further along this process than I think is being, than credit is being given for. So I think that I think it's only a matter of time where we actually come up with a set of standards that is acceptable to all.
Actually, you're right. The industry has been working on this. You agree, you disagree, you're going back to the table, you're talking to each other. So that process, and we always forget that streaming video as an industry is only 5 or 6 years old. So I mean, give it a break. It is a pretty young industry. Very good points, I think everybody's raised. I have about more than 8 questions in my mind, but the key thing I will say is, one, what does if you're talking about a self-regulation code which is designed by or which has been put together by the industry, and I know that many of the broadcasters are also members of the same organization which is designing this code. So broadcast has had a good experience after IPF formed and the BCCC code came. Is there some move of getting statutory approval for this code? If and when I find the whole idea of a self-regulation code which has to be cleared by the government slightly, I'm not sure how that works, but I spoke to lawyers who think that getting quasi or statutory approval is a good thing, because the ASCII code, for example, works like that. You don't need to be a member of ASCII, but the code is applicable to you if you advertise it. So my first question would be, does statutory approval for the code, how far are we from a code, and does statutory approval for it help? And B, what does it mean? And this is my most important question. For all the other laws, somebody has some Indecency Act, somebody has some defamation law, somebody has some, मतलब आप offense किसी भी law के under ले सकते हो. There is no paucity of laws under which you could take offense and file a PIL or a case. And that's true for many things in India, not just streaming content. So what does it mean to the other laws? Does this code then becomes the overarching thing? So Tarun, I'd want you to tackle this first before we go on to the others.
Yeah, this is my last few weeks of tackling with it, so I'm I'm going to go with it. So let me tell you where we are with government buy-in, right? Yes.
Sorry, Tarun, will you hold that thought for a minute? At this point, I want to tell everybody in the audience, please start posting questions, because we will wrap up at 4 sharp. So if you have questions, I'd like to tackle them while we are still talking. Yeah, sorry, Tarun.
Right. So I think the government also encourages us to make it self-regulation rather than having a buy-in. It was in the collaborative nature of this entire issue that we did share the self-regulation code with the government, because you must realize that when these complaints come up, there are 2 parties or 3 parties that are hauled up by the courts every time. One of which is the government, and the other is the platform, right? And then the third at sometimes is also the IMAI. Now, while the government is forced to react to these cases, if the government is satisfied that the industry in itself has a good self-regulation code, the government's position with the courts becomes that much more tenable.
Okay.
And which is why when we set out with the code, we did share it with the government. It is open knowledge that the government has come back with some feedback on the code. It isn't very different from where we are today. There are some minor implementation or minor or major implementation issues that they want us to tackle, which the industry in its implementation code is working towards. And I am very hopeful by the time I relinquish my role, we will be done with the implementation code, and people will all of us would have agreed to an implementation code, which flows from the self-regulation code in itself. So that answers your question on should the government has buy-in, not have buy-in. I think the government needs to be satisfied that the self-regulation code works. They don't need to regulate, and they should be able to represent to courts and to various other bodies that there is a code that's existing and that we don't need to interfere. So that's one. Second, your second question on other applicable laws. So we are very clear that in our code as well as in our implementation code, we cover all applicable laws of the country, so that we are not violating anything that is already enshrined in the Constitution. And so that is fairly broad and called out. And in our implementation code, we're also hoping to list out those laws specifically. But even if we do or we don't, the code does very clearly cover that.
Meaning cover all applicable laws in the country, meaning I did not understand.
So applicable laws around indecency, around nudity, all of that is covered. So there is a framework that is called out in the code, which says that all of us commit to making sure that we work within the applicable laws of the country.
Okay.
And Karan, you can tell us what the exact line is. You're very good at that.
Yeah, and
Yaad hai tere ko?
I don't remember the exact line, but I think that, as Tarun pointed out, that we have said obviously that all laws, applicable laws in the country are covered by this code. But I think more than that, I think whether we say it or not, if you are a citizen of the country, you are governed by the laws of the country. I don't think there's any.
But we've also called it out very specifically.
We've called it out. We've called it out specifically in the code. But like I said, if you are an individual or a corporate citizen of India, you are very much bound by every law that is on the books. So there is it's not as if we can decide to not follow the law.
Yeah.
So I think.
So that answers your question on the laws and the various laws and the various PILs, because we have covered that out.
Okay.
Were those two?
Yeah, those were the two. Anybody else here, especially Vivan, Sanjeev, Gaurav, Ajay? Anybody wants to weigh in here? Vivan,
I think that Tarun, me, Karan, etc. joined at the hip in some sense, and have been for some time. So I think he articulated very well. It is important for the government to have confidence in the code that we put out, because they need to represent it as well.
But I must point out here that some of it is coming out, a lot of the apprehension, and I've been speaking to people for a large part of last week. Over the weekend also I spoke to Karan over the weekend actually, and I've been speaking to a lot of people, and some of the apprehension has come from I think the fact that a whole lot of the discussion, especially on the news side, has not been consultative. And there is worry about, I don't know if you read the news yesterday that HuffPost India is shut down because it's gone into that 26% FDI, and now digital will come under the RPP Act, and a lot of changes on the digital news side are happening. And I think therefore there's some apprehension on the entertainment side as well. And I think part of the thing is that maybe in your case, possibly the process has been consultative. In the case of news, it has not been as consultative as the feedback I'm getting. So maybe some of the apprehension is coming from there.
Which is exactly why, Vanita, that we need to now not say that this is our self-regulation code and the government shouldn't have anything to do with it. I think the conversation and the collaboration between the industry, especially the industry staying together, and then with the various stakeholders is always very important, because the judiciary, the users, the consumers, they don't differentiate between the platform, the government, the regulator as much, and all of us then get caught up when there is a challenge or there is an issue that gets presented between in the court.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry, Ajay, you were ready to say something before, I think all
So
of us.
I agree with one part of what you're saying, that it is, see, this endeavor of the code, etc., is fairly limited to the digital entertainment side, and that to the curated sort of digital entertainment side, so.
And I have a question there, but I'll come back to that. This curated
So yes, I mean, there is enough more evidence to say that some of it has been fairly the 26% cap being equated to print, not TV, is itself a question mark that people are not being able to answer, right? So in games, when it came to news, see, I think what Tarun and Gaurav are doing is basically making a start. Like, if you can do this as an example, as a sort of non-confrontationist thing with the government, and come up to a mutually acceptable thing that actually takes care of the creative community, takes care of the audience, and takes care of concerns from the point of view of even the government. There is that model that can actually be expanded to other constituents of the digital media ecosystem, right? So my sense is it's a starting point. I mean, I don't know whether that answers.
No, and the point that you made about applying older laws to newer industries, I totally hear you there, and some of it you can see it happening on the news side, but that's not the ambit of our conversation. And I think there is some apprehension there, but for the government to regulate, if you look at it constitutionally, freedom of expression, etc., but there are exceptions to the freedom of expression, and those exceptions give the government the right to. I think the government's right to regulate comes from those exceptions, if I understand it correctly. But it has always used the language saying self-regulation, etc. Sanjeev, you wanted to say something?
No, nothing at this point in time, because I haven't been that deep. Sorry.
I think. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, no, Tarun, please.
I just think that, this is the laws of attraction. If we keep on saying that the government is going to regulate, the government will regulate one day. I genuinely feel so. I don't think the government is wanting self-regulation. Why do we all keep saying the government is going to regulate? They don't want to regulate. It is not possible for anybody to regulate the millions of hours of content that is getting deployed on platforms.
It's physically impossible.
No, you've already seen it historically. If you actually look at the number of films that go up on the censor board across all the censor boards of this country, because there are many offices, it won't be more than about 1,000 or 1,100 a year, right? That's different from the number of films that actually get produced, because a lot of them don't make it to the censor.
22,000 as of last year.
Sorry?
22,000 films certified.
22,000 films are what?
Short documentaries, everything that goes.
Yeah, I'm just talking about feature-length films, right? So basically, the acceptable number is, and that number itself causes the kind of backlog that is quite unbelievable, and it also causes a lot of practices that are not exactly kosher, right? Then you came to television, and television has a much vaster amount of content, and that issue came up about a decade and a half ago, and you moved into self-regulation. And I think everybody accepts the fact that more or less that self-regulation has been quite successful as far as the television marketplace is concerned. Now you're coming into digital, which is television times 100 or 100,000 in terms of
with interactivity thrown in.
With interactivity and with discrete pieces of content, right? So if you actually look at today, if you look at the content landscape, a music service will have something like 11 million or 12 million discrete pieces of content. A video service will have probably 1 million or 2 million, discrete pieces of content. That is an enormous amount of volume that I don't think that it's physically possible. And I think that point is well taken, that obviously each of these mediums is somewhat different in the way that the consumer interacts. And I go back to my earlier point of view is that this medium or digital is throwing up two issues of censorship. One, which is in the area of access, and two, which is in the area of content. You have had issues of access earlier. For example, if it's an adult movie, a 5-year-old can't go in. And that is also not government regulated. That's regulated at the cinema hall, right? It's a private level of regulation, but that is as much a access issue as anything. But when you ban something, that's quite different from when you edit something, right? Because one is an issue of you're not being allowed to access this at all, or you cannot, because of your age, because you're a kid, you can't access this. So I think those are two very different issues. And I think that the Ministry of Information and Technology was more concerned with access issues and not necessarily with content issues. And now you're moving into IND, which is more concerned with content issues. And I don't know what their background
very, very interesting content issues. But Sanjeev, to your point, and very, very interesting points you've raised, and this is something I want to throw to the panel, that there is the element of public viewing and private viewing. And when you talk about video on demand, it is completely private viewing. You have controls, you can label them, whether it's PG, whatever, you know, and what I just said in the beginning also, the technology allows you to put in all sorts, and what you said about access, you can do so much in order to. And the second thing also, I think the industry could do a whole lot to educate viewers and audiences who may or may not take offense. It's not that everybody, I'm a very happy consumer of OTT, and I'm sure there are others, but who may take offense that, boss, you don't have to watch it. This is not public for public consumption. It is by choice. And actually that's true for a movie. You buy a ticket and you walk in, but nevertheless, has that thing come up? I mean, is that built into your code, into the thing that you're working on? Because from what I understand, it's an internal ombudsman kind of thing with an external committee if need be, if the complaint escalates. Sorry. Yeah, Gaurav?
That is more.
Why don't you go this time?
Yeah, he is.
That is that. So I think that when we put our code out, and you've seen it, Vinita, what's important in that code is how do you implement the code. So the code lays out very clearly how we're looking to self-regulate. Now the question is, how does that get operationalized? And so there's a follow-up document, which is our implementation toolkit, which we're building out so that everybody also understands how that's going to take place. Just in terms of
the toolkit, which is
we do. And so we're in the process of aligning that. So there's no, we're not looking to operate in the gray. Right, I think that there's a body of intent, and then there's an execution of that intent that we're working on together. Also, there collaboratively with the government. So I think that should give reasonable confidence, not just of us doing it in letter, but in spirit as well, and walking the talk. And to Ajay's point, I think that it's the right first step to be making. I think that as things evolve, it will attract improvements as we go along. But I think that as of now, we're not seeing any reason to go beyond this in any dramatic fashion. In fact, I think that this is fairly robust. You yourself have seen it and seem to line up with it. So we're fairly excited about bringing this forward, and that implemented toolkit hopefully will give people more confidence that this is how we're going about the self-regulation.
Okay, now I'm going to ask a more philosophical question, which a viewer or one of the participants is asking, and which I think at a broader level goes back into what I just started the whole thing was with and which is, when I sat down to research for this session, I said, what is the purpose of regulation? I mean, have we discussed this? Does this lady ask, a lady called Akriti, she says, why can't we trust the audience to judge what they wish to watch? Informed consent is the only way forward. Given that this is VOD, given that this is controlled access, and you're talking only curated content. We are not talking YouTube kind of content, which even my kid can watch if I've forgotten to put locks. Why are we discussing regulation. And this is at a philosophical level.
So what does the code do? The code does age gating, age rating. That is exactly what she's asking is what we do. We give you informed choices to make. We tell you what do we think this is suitable for and what the content contains. Those are the two main key components of this code. We will tell you that this has, and we are helping you make informed choices, that this has nudity or this has crime or this has, this is suitable for mature audiences or this is good for 16 plus.
I think one of that, but Tarun's point is actually very accurate. I think it is actually worth it to reiterate what this code does, that it sets out very clearly, as Tarun said, what the content contains, that it must be very clear what it contains, and then according to the code, what rating or gating does it fall under. And then after that, it is up to the viewer to make an informed choice. And in fact, this probably goes much further than television, because in television, when you switch a channel, let's say you switch from channel 5 to channel 7, whatever's coming is coming, right? It may be 18 plus, it may be 15 plus, maybe whatever it is. And you don't actually have that ability to understand before you switch to it what is there. Sure, there's an EPG running at the bottom and whatever, but it's not really, it's not a process, it's not a step function kind of thing. Whereas with VOD, it's very clear. There is a poster or a title. There is clarity of, there is a description of the content. There is keywords. There's a metadata, and then there is now going to be a very clear age rating as to what comes. And at that point of time, and I think that we've mentioned this in the code as well as publicly outside of that VOD is a very, very different medium in the sense it is, you're right, in that sense, it does have similarity to the movie business where it is a very active participation in that watching. You go, you see, you click, you press play, and then it starts playing.
Yeah. This question of curated, and it's very emphatically laid out in that code that the OTT players, the 18 OTT players who signed the code. What does this mean for that whole ecosystem out there, which is Facebook, YouTube, Google, and all the other free platforms, which are huge and which walk away with 70 to 80% of the advertising in the digital market in India? Are we saying that they are not part of this thing? Why has brought under the same umbrella, and should it?
Ajay is smiling. Ajay should take that.
Yeah, I'll throw it all over to Ajay.
I think you should answer it.
You've read my piece from yesterday, I hope. I've been saying this for a while. I think it's going to be a matter of time before intermediary liability and this safe harbor kind of gets questioned everywhere.
I think safe harbor is rubbish in today's day.
I'm unfortunately, it has democratized content, but it has also resulted in a lot of other things about polarization, about fake news, about brand safety issues, and many other things. So I'm very clear about this, at least in my head, that if it's not the India regulators, at least Australian and European regulators will make sure that this is going to be a precedent. And I think a lot of that is going to get followed by maybe countries like India for not necessarily very kosher reasons, but it might happen, right? So somewhere platforms also will become responsible for whatever they put out. You can't really say that, okay, there's a safe harbor and I'm an intermediary, etc. So that's my view on it. I know it has a slight downside from kind of free speech point of view as well. I mean, it's not like it doesn't have its downside, but I think it has actually been proven easier to control a crowd and a multitude of people on social media than editorial-led products. If that was the case, right? So the larger outcome of this is actually the very basis and the foundation on which all these platforms actually initially were built, which is by taking content from journalists and content creators, media companies and broadcasters. That ecosystem is now crippled. There is no real primary journalism left because of a lot of this, right? And that's because of the kind of warped revenue share structures, as well as the kind of various issues that have actually come over the years. So My sense is that this is going to get changed, both from a regulatory perspective as well as from an economic model perspective. I think that this is out for change and is ripe for change. So I agree. It won't be curated content only for a long time. Everything is going to be called curated, frankly.
Vivan, I'd like you to jump in on this one, on the curated versus non-curated bit. I can see you're getting restless.
No, I'm trying to keep myself up post lunch now and work from home. I'm used to taking a little bit of a nap after lunch, and
I'm sure so are we also.
Exactly. So no, just a couple of counterpoints which speak to this curated thing. I mean, look, as a community, private sector or otherwise, we have to assume that the government knows at least as much as we do about the environment, meta environment in which we operate. Informed choice. Today in India, you as a 24-year-old, you can't buy alcohol in several places. So what are we talking about informed choice about adults? About this whole thing of push versus pull. The government servants also watch some of the streaming platforms where there may be previews of content that are coming that are akin to push, quite close to it, approximating to it. So I think as a community, we have to look at arguments that the state will also find favor in. And I think, why can't we do ex ante censorship online, aside from what Mr. Lamba very rightly said in terms of the problem of volume, the very real problem. Every day on YouTube, you have about content worth about 80 years of average lifespan. So there is a problem of volume and complexity. But aside from that, let us understand how would enforcement work if the government was to censor online. You would have to license. Are you going to be able to license every entity that is providing curated or whatever content online? Answer is no. There is another element to it, which is cross-border content. Are you to reverse discriminate, as you've done in the case of the FDI in digital media pronouncement, where people sitting outside India can stream news to Indians on social media platforms, but those sitting within India can't have the luxury of scaling through investments. So the point is, ex ante censorship on online is a no-no, even as far as the state is concerned. So let's not even debate that. They are aware of these realities. If we have to talk about ex post, which is after something has already been streamed to an audience, how does the state retain the discretion to tell a content provider that this is not acceptable? That is what the state's key objective and question today is, if I understand all public and private commentary properly. If that is the question, then we have to come back to this larger question of what is acceptable for adults to view in this country. Now, you may have, and I think this self-regulatory effort is great because at least there's a conversation in the private sector to establish those standards, what is 18, what is 17, what is 16, etc. But I think, in a sense, they have already gone one step ahead of what I would do if I was the prime minister of the country, or if I was a citizen with so much agency that I could decide. I would sit down and actually create a negative list with people based on what I think is a reasonable man standard, coming back to what I said originally. And in some sense, if you look at a 10-year view or a 20-year view, none of these guys are going to be curated content only. They will be curated content plus social media plus plus immersive plus. So if we take a quarter-on-quarter view of how long we can insulate ourselves from government action, that may not serve the purpose. Each of them, all 18, have to, and this is where my self-interest comes in, have to pool in and create the knowledge development, the knowledge capacity in Indian civil society to actually generate a sensible debate around this. Think of the kinds of debates that happened in the US, even in 1995 around the Communications Decency Act, which allowed safe harbor for the internet intermediaries that are now global giants to prosper. It was a debate that was fostered at a time where those 5 or 7 or 10 companies that were potentially intermediaries that could have benefited from safe harbor were nothing in the US economy. They were not in top 10, taking the analogy of what was said earlier. They were not in top 20, they were not in top 30, they were not in top 500. And yet there was a recognition of the fact that you need to fund research, you need to liaise across stakeholders whether it is gaming or whether it is social media or whatever, to try to understand where we are at as a country, and to leave it to Supreme Court to decide, or to tempt the fates by asking Supreme Court that there is one area which is not regulated and what about that area, is obviously not going to lead us to an optimal solution. And just to end this, I will say my remarks that if you look at let's even think beyond the domestic market and whether we are going to be in the top 10 or not. Let us aim to be in the top 10 of the global market. We are a global, we can easily be a global production hub. We tell stories that could potentially travel if they're allowed creative expression and so on. What determines market access in global services markets today? It is a common standards framework, whether it is in much more fast moving areas like artificial intelligence than content. Again, in AI, you have a global conversation on content standards. I don't see anyone in India even picking up the phone and calling up ITU and telling them to ring up MIB and have a conversation that is sensible on the content standards that the ITU has developed. And ITU is a body which is from the 1800s, it's existed. It predates the Bretton Woods institutions. So it's as credible as it gets. They set telecom standards for the world because telecom is another market where unless you have global standards, you don't have global market access. So do we want to take that large 10-year, 20-year view on this content industry in India or not, is a question that all of us have to grapple with now, juxtaposed with obviously the quarter-on-quarter realities of who's in power and who's not in power and how do we view content at a certain point in time in India.
So it's various pulls and pressures. No? It is the industry at the stage at which it is. It is technology and law, and there's always this cat and mouse game between technology and law, which, I mean, at least for 20 years that I've been covering this sector, I've seen it again and again and again at play. I'm sorry, I've been warned by FICCI to not overshoot my time. And I can see that we are at 58. If anybody wants to make a quick comment, and then we'll have to wrap up this session, please.
I just, one last thing I'd like to say is that, it's not just one condition. You can lay down the age rating and the age gating, which is, a basic framework for self-regulation. Secondly, you've got to make sure that it's consistent across all the people who are consistently applied across all the people who are participating in this particular industry. And how do you do that? Number two. Number three is has to be a level of information as far as the consumer is concerned so that they can easily recognize and make an informed choice basis the information. And number four, which Vivan was just referring to, is that there has to be some sort of affect or, to breaking these guidelines, right? And that is where there has been a lot of what will happen if you don't do this.
Okay. Which is where the toolkit and how you escalate the whole thing comes.
Right.
Great. Thank you so much. Thank you, Ajay, Sanjeev, Vivan, Gaurav, Tarun, Karan. Thank you for your time. I enjoyed the discussion. I don't know about you guys, and I hope we continue to see good shows on streaming platform, and we don't have to see mutated versions of what is available on TV today. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And thanks, Vicky.
Bye.
Thanks. Bye.
2020 organized by Odisha government in association with WIKI, taking the lead on the path to revival of tourism with particular emphasis on regional collaboration. These roadshows are definitely a much needed step in a living with COVID scenario, which is why WIKI has also come up with an excellent and exclusively curated platform for these roadshows. And I'm sure over the last 2.5 hours, our over 100 registered participants today from both the sides must have had some wonderful interactions already. Just for information, the B2B meetings and interactions will continue today again after the session from 5:30 to 6:30 p.m. and also tomorrow from 1 p.m. to 3:30 p.m. So the winter has set in and it's a perfect time to travel with the world around us in full bloom. And who can understand it better than our friends in Chhattisgarh, with which Odisha does not just share history, but also so much more in terms of geography, popular culture, flora and fauna, food, bountiful nature, and beautiful landscapes dotted with temples. As we all emerge stronger out of this global health crisis, finding our feet back to a new normal way of life, most realize that travel actually is therapeutic, and Odisha has taken rapid strides to welcome tourists back to showcase its repository of social, cultural, and natural resources. Creating a niche product called Odisha by the Road campaign, which presents the tourists an experiential journey through the heartland of the state, it has already struck a chord with the travelers when the unlocking happened. It is now ready to wow the tourist community with Eco Retreat, the glamping festival, which the Odisha Tourism launched last year at Konark with much fanfare and to a grand opening as well as reviews. This year, it's going places literally. From just one side, the Eco Retreat has been planned at 5 of the state's most beautiful and splendid locations, including Hirakud, Satkosia, Bhitarkanika, and Daringbadi, apart from Konark. If you want to see Odisha in its most splendid self through the rolling hills, beaches, forests abounding in serenity, as well as lagoons and rivers resonating with a quiet vibrance, Eco Retreat would be the best opportunity. Of course, we'll hear more about that and what makes Odisha India's best kept secret as the session progresses. So I would like to take this opportunity to once again welcome all our esteemed dignitaries, our chief guest, Honorable Minister, Tourism, Odia Language, Literature and Culture, Shri Jyoti Prakash Panigrahi, Commissioner cum Secretary, Tourism and Sports and Youth Services, Odisha Government, Shri Vishal Kumar Dev, Secretary, Tourism, Government of Chhattisgarh, Shri An Balagan P, and all other guests. And without any further delay, I'll request the Director and Additional Secretary, Department of Tourism, Government of Odisha, Mr. Sachin Jadhav, to present the welcome address. A 2007 batch IAS officer, Shri Jadhav is a dynamic force within the department who believes in the good old saying, action speaks louder than words. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Diksha. I hope I am audible.
Yes, sir, you are.
So you're generous in your introduction as usual. It's my honor to welcome you all on this virtual roadshow. I am with a mixed feeling, whether to feel good or bad. Good that we are meeting and bad that we are not.
On content, technology, and business models, the future of data services. We have eminent speakers for the session to be moderated by Mr. Prashant Rao, who is a partner and leader, M&E Consulting, Deloitte. To take it forward, we hand it over to the moderator, Mr. Rao. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the introduction, Muskan. I hear that the sessions from morning are going on very well. So we're here to discuss on how content, business model, and technology are shaping the future of streaming services. To take this discussion forward, I have here with me a panel of eminent speakers who are all great stalwarts in their individual areas. I will quickly introduce all of them to you, and then we can jump on to the topic of discussion. So we have Karthik here. Karthik Nagarajan is a Chief Content Officer at Wavemaker. He's set up social media based content this thing at GroupM. So that's what he does. So we have Vineet Mehta with us. Vineet is a director at Brightco and who is a founder member at Brightco in India. And he's been instrumental in its success since the time it's coming to India in 2017. So we have also along with us Sugata Mukherjee. Sugata heads the original content division at Sony Live. Prior to this, he's also headed content division at multiple other media agencies. And he's a stalwart in the area of media and telecommunications, actually. Looking at the last speaker that we have, it's Kranti. Kranti is the COO at Shemaroo, and she basically heads the strategy division and also the revenue function at Shemaroo in addition to her role of COO. A warm welcome to all of you, and we can maybe jump onto the topic of discussion. And one of the major points at this particular area is like we're looking into it, there is no one at this point who would not have used digital streaming. It's no stranger to anyone, and COVID has enhanced the way the penetration of content streaming in a digital media. For this to happen very effectively, there are multiple components in the ecosystem. To talk about this and maybe understand more as to what are those ecosystems which makes in the perfect bread and for the growth of streaming in India, maybe we can go to Kranti to understand what are these various pieces of ecosystem.
Thanks, Prashant. I still remember maybe a couple of years back, we were dreaming of 500 million video watchers in India, and we've gotten there, and maybe in another couple of years we'll be at 700 plus. What has enabled this really? I think 3 or 4 things. I would say first is the network rollouts. I've just come back from a vacation in Uttarakhand, and we had network deep into the mountains, almost everywhere we could stream video, which I would say even 4 years back, 3 years back was impossible. If you did not have a BSNL SIM, you could not communicate in that landscape. So I think our network operators have done a fab job of rolling high-speed 4G in remote areas in such a large geography of India. Of course, the handset penetration of smartphones especially has really also played along. It's increased dramatically year on year, and in spite of all the Chinese ban on goods, etc., it continues on a very healthy way. I would say the third thing, of course, is the entire content ecosystem. I would really give credit to the OTT players and all video platforms for encouraging a very active, content ecosystem, which is leading and drawing audiences for content to the phone, which is not available on television or other media. I would say these 3 would be really the key drivers. The fourth, I would say, which I think still needs some amount of work, which will help, further penetrate on the SVOD model, other payment ecosystems. While we have payment ecosystems, and again, there's been a good dramatic improvement over there, but recurring payments and ease of payment still remains a challenge. We all see end of the month, end of the cycle, large consumer base is dropping, and we struggle to even, and it's also a lot of involuntary churn where people want to stay, but they're getting dropped because their payment is not recurring. So I think once that piece also becomes as robust, a bigger of course, COVID has helped adoption in a very, very, very big way, which I think has hastened or fastened the speed of digital video adoption. What it has done is gotten a lot of people to sample it in a big way. They may go back to lesser consumption, but they will remain consumers. So I think that has been a blessing in disguise for the ecosystem. Overall, if you see ad revenue wise also, this is going to be a year where, advertising on digital is going to exceed or at least come at par with television advertising this year. So even in terms of ad revenues flowing in, though of course all of it is not strictly in the video world, but a good amount does flow into the video ecosystem. So these are a few pointers I feel where we see a strong growth for the industry.
Yeah, very, very true. As we continue to see the networks becoming better and better with broadband penetration increasing, with one of the government's thing being to take broadband ecosystem to rural India as well. That's really helped on this thing. And
I was in a very small village with 300 people. The whole village has a WhatsApp group. Every video that the homestay owner took was circulated immediately to the entire WhatsApp group, and the villagers are commenting. Like, I was flabbergasted, and this is like 1 week back. So
these kind of stories are really nice to hear in terms of an experience per se. And then a couple of days back, I saw announcement of one of the major players where they're trying to give out the entire content to all of India for 2 days for free, just to beat that ecosystem of payment that you are referring to get to people to see how does it feel to use the services per se.
Definitely, I think it's going to be path-breaking. Actually, let's see what it happens, but I think it's going to be path-breaking because the affinity that player enjoys, in spite of reaching to a much smaller base, the affinity and brand recall, brand awareness that they already enjoy is massive. So I think it will be great return. I think again it will go in a great way to boost the entire industry. I would say, of course, that player gets a disproportionate benefit, but the entire ecosystem benefits when something like this happens.
True. So moving on to another topic in the same area, one of the very relevant point that Kranti mentioned as well is the content ecosystem, right? So obviously content is the king when it comes to media per se. So Sugata, maybe what I would want to hear from you is, what are the various strategies that one would go through while curating a content for an organization to present to its customers? So how would the journey go through? What are the various elements that you think at the background before you come to a content strategy onto the organization? Maybe you can just throw some light on it.
Thank you so much. I think, what has changed over the last 3-4 years is the uptake, and also in a way the building up of an ecosystem which was not there. So when I was in my previous company for a few years, when I was developing content for them, and this mode of distribution, what happened in the US was the mode of distribution changed, right? They were always making content like this, which was short, which was mini-series, seasonal shows, and so on and so forth. But the mode of distribution was network television, right? For us, it was a very, very different change. I think for us, the change was not just the mode of distribution, but also in the mode of making content. We've been making long-form content in form of films for more than 100 years now. And we have been making very long-form television content, right? We have not been making the kind of binge-worthy seasonal series that sort of calls for a different grammar of writing or telling, right? I think the first handicap that we had, and I think everybody faced that, was that where are those makers? We've got great filmmakers, we've got great television show makers, but do we have makers who get the format, right? And I think that was something that everybody was grappling with in the first initial year, a couple of years. I think over time, I think that in itself, an ecosystem has been built. I think there's a certain kind of, different makers have come out. I think there's been a sort of democratization of the voice, right? Otherwise, it sort of, you either had big ticket films and vying for that Friday release, and you had indie filmmakers who were trying very hard to get it into the festival circuit. And there was nothing in between. So now I think that has become much more democratic. Coming back to structuring or strategizing content for us, I think every brand sort of values its way of telling stories, and I think there is a certain way that every brand looks at what stories to tell. But when it comes to, say,
Sony for that matter, we're very keen that we want to tell stories which are intrinsically Indian, right? And told in a way which is intrinsically Indian, right? I mean, even if I bring up the last show that we did, which has become pretty much of a cult show by now, right? We just launched a show called The Scam 1992, which was the Harshad Mehta story, right? Now, if you rewind a few years back or a few months back and say, oh, it's a show on the stock market about as dry as it could be, right? But that changed, right? And the fact was, it was intrinsically the story of an ambitious man taking the liberalization of India, the whole ambition and aspiration of a middle class. And it is told in a way which is deeply Indian. It is not trying to be Western in any which way, right? I felt that was very, very important. And we're trying to tell stories which are deeply Indian in ethos and even in the form, right, of telling. Of course, we are looking at culling out stories from literatures across our country. We are deeply privileged to have many languages and great stories from each corner. We are trying very hard to harness that and bring it to our audiences. And of course, we are trying to also experiment with the form a little bit in terms of the structures as well. So different measures are being taken, but like I said, it's a very, very nascent sort of industry. Everybody is learning. Everybody's sort of learning from what they did the last month. And it's sort of, the changes are happening not every quarter. The changes happen almost every month now, right? So that's the fun, I think. But the biggest change is that the democratic nature of the business that we are in, the platforms there are. I think voices are getting heard. Different voices who didn't have a place to tell their stories are getting heard today. And thanks to technology, I think the biggest disruptor has been technology. Content aside, content, of course, is the king in a business like this. But technology is probably the one big disruptor which has brought the content into the little homes in that 300 people village in Garhwal or somewhere else, right? So yes, that's pretty much how we look at it.
So Sugata very nicely put it across, saying that content is the king, but technology is the kingmaker. And obviously there are multiple factors that the form, the storytelling, the nativeness of the story itself are something that gets picked in here. Karthik, would you want to add in some more factors here, what you would look into while formulating a strategy on a content side, to add on to what Sugata added in?
I think I'm going to set aside brands for the moment. I think Saugata made a very powerful point on the Indianness of the content being created right now. Right? Like Scam 1992 is such a watershed moment that this is not a Breaking Bad of India. This is not something else of India. This is Scam 1992 of India. And that is what we've been waiting for, which is for a country which is grown up for centuries, thousands of years on extraordinary stories which are very, very indigenous to us. We should be able to tell our own stories, not just our version of someone else's story. I think that is what has happened now. And again, like Saugata mentioned, a lot is now happening in the works which leans in on literature, which leans in on mythology, etc. Right? I think if you are a fan of watching great content, I think you should really look forward to the next 4 or 5 years. I think from a brand perspective, there is a role, and that role exists both in an AWOD as well as in an SWOD space. I think today it is important for brands to create their own cultures and subcultures. Right? I think the previous 10 years were about brands riding the wave on a trend. And now it is more about them, creating, their own cultures and subcultures. Right? So, for example, when it comes to OTT, we work very closely with a client called Pernod Ricard, which owns a lot of single malt brands like Glenlivet and Chivas and everything. Right? So, when we wanted to sort of create a culture of, when we want to create content that appeals to the discerning customer, right? Someone who enjoys travel, someone who enjoys a single mod, someone who enjoys the stories behind these mods. Right? So we created a show called Spirit of Scotland, which really gives you a sense of the Scottish experience, but the mod story weaved into it in a very well integrated manner. Right? So it's not whether it's branded content, whether it's audience-related content. That is, you can argue that case either way. So that's the direction that brands are heading. Right? How can they be a part narrator of these cultural stories? So it's very exciting times for them as well.
So do you see these being a part of the overall content variety available in a platform, or do you see these breaking away and forming a specific league in itself? Say, for example, someone who's interested in wildlife related content, there would be a place where he can go there and it's specifically for him. Kids education or adventure and tourism, like you mentioned. Would they form on breakaway into a specific niche category, catering to a specific type of customer, or would this be a part of the overall construct that one would present to cater to the varying customers that would be catered to by the platform? How do you see this going in?
It's not a zero-sum game, right? I think it's a bit of both. For example, I could integrate a beverage brand, forget alcohol. I could integrate a tea brand as easily into a Scam 1992 as I can by talking about tea and travel, etc. Right? I think they both will coexist. What at this point it's pretty nascent, for us to analyze user behavior. Right? I think we're just getting introduced to this phenomenon of scaled OTT consumption. So as we go down this path in a few years, we'll have some very clear audience behavior in terms of how are they consuming, how are they switching, what devices are they watching in, and all of those, right? But I think safe to say that there will never be any one approach. It will probably be multiple ways in which you stay relevant in the content consumption ecosystem as a brand.
Prashant, sorry, I'll jump in here. I think it will depend on the objective. So similar to when you choose a TV channel where you want to advertise, do you want breadth or do you want depth? So you want breadth, you go to a mass player, existing player, and try to be part of that offering. And if you want a smaller base of highly engaged consumers and where you have a very focused interest in developing that market, I think because a niche will always have the challenge of customer acquisition, but the consumers they get will be highly loyal and engaged. So I think it will depend on the objective of the brand, and it will vary from time to time for the same brand also, I would say.
Absolutely.
Yeah, correct. So moving on to another aspect, everyone has spoken about how technology is playing a role in this particular aspect. So maybe I'll go to Vinny to understand a little bit of what is going on behind the scenes. Some of the things that technology is presenting, we can see in the face of us in terms of app. We can see that, okay, Prashant, you watched this, why don't you watch this? A recommendation will come through. My user experience is made better, etc. But then I'm sure there is hundreds of things which are happening behind the scenes for this to work and the magic to happen. Can you throw some lights on some things that's happening, some things which we can expect to see in the future?
Sure. Thank you, Prashant. Great to be part of this panel. I think over the last few years, as technology has evolved, it has become easier to launch your own OTT platform, right? Or your own digital property. I think video streaming has become so mainstream today. And, thanks to COVID, it's intensified. The pace has intensified where people expect, viewing video to be as simple as turning the page of a book. In fact, that was one of the premises on which Brightco was founded in the year 2004. So we've been doing this 1 year before YouTube as well. And, since then, people look up to Brightco as the torchbearer of any innovation in the video tech space. But if you look at OTT today, it's so much more than, video tech. there's your content recommendation, there's your personalization, discovery of content, and how technology today makes that discovery or that content recommendation so simple. I think the game is, and the area we have covered so far over the last few years is that we have made the technology simple, we've made it fast, we've made it scalable, which is very important from an India context, and we've made it reliable. The last thing you want is to see a buffering or a spinning wheel. So the focus is to make sure that the video player technology is fast. People's patience is very limited today, as you can imagine. We've seen in our customers in India over the last 3-4 years that even a 1 or 2 second delay in the video player load time leads to an increase in bounce rate, right? So I think the focus is to do these simple things right and do it fast. So, for example, we get a lot of OTT wannabes who reach out to us to launch OTT platforms. And they are like, we want this feature and that feature, and I'm trying to build a big Rolls Royce. But the idea is to go to market fast. So I think what vendors like Brightcove and technology companies like us enable the ecosystem to do is go to market quickly. If your content is ready, you go to market quickly because the focus is on the content. Technology is an enabler, right? To make it simple and to make it scalable and reliable. I think in terms of innovation, internally we have this thought that basically, 6 months in OTT is like 2 or 3 years in any other industry. That's how fast the world is changing, right? You have new DRMs, new operating systems, new applications, new devices, and how do you reach the viewer where they want to watch your content, right? So Brightcove and people like us are laser focused on making sure that your video launches fast, no matter what device you access it from. There's a lot of innovation happening using machine learning and AI. The focus that the ecosystem and the technology providers have today is to make sure that the experience and economics of video delivery is optimized. It's very good to say that, I have this shiny tool of technology and this is going to do this for me and that for me. But from an India context, the focus is on dhanda, right? You're going to make sure that you're either using technology to reduce cost, increase revenue, or transform the user experience. If your technology cannot do one of these at least, then there's no point doing business out here, right? Because it's a very cost-conscious market. And since the OTT players, their revenues are stacking up gradually, they are also very conscious of spending money, right? So we actually have interesting, you spoke about innovation in the tech space and what's going on. We have technologies in the space called context-aware encoding, which uses AI and machine learning to optimize the bitrate ladder depending on the motion in the video, thereby saving around 30 to 50% cost of your bandwidth and storage. So, when you break down the video tech, your bandwidth cost is the biggest cost that you will incur in terms of an OpEx, right? And as consumption over the last 7 or 8 months has skyrocketed, so has the bandwidth cost. So, we are trying to make sure that in the video delivery ecosystem, the bandwidth costs can be minimized using smart and AI technologies. That's one. Second is we continuously focus on R&D to make sure that the video player is very light. It loads fast. There's a lot of R&D dollars being spent by Brightcove in the US and around the world to make sure that the video player gets lighter and lighter. It might sound as a very simple thing, but there's a lot of heavy lifting going on to make sure that the video player, because that's the only part of our tech that your user will see or the content owner's user will see, is the video player. He clicks on play, it should play fast. The rest of the focus is on the content. So these are some of the things that that are going on in the market.
That's very useful to understand. If you have to break up the overall thing and say these are 4 or 5 elements, say for example, one may be a content management system is a basic requirement. The other may be an ad serving platform as a requirement. Like this, are there some 4 or 5 bricks of a component? If there is a content producer who's got a bunch of content with him and he wants to quickly go to the market and launch, what are those bricks that he should ensure are there in his inventory before he makes the plunge?
Yeah, I think so. Good point. And I think it's a good time to also mention that we see this in the market that the right team has to be there, right? So, people come to us saying that, I have all this great content, I have the audience, but do you have the right team who can help you execute? right? The technology vendors like Brightcove have plug-and-play solutions, which will enable them to go to market quickly with the applications, with the front-end applications across different devices to get you the breadth, with the video platform at the back end to make sure your streaming is fast, and with the subscription management system to manage your subscribers, right? And to collect the payments. Broadly, these are 3 or 4 buckets that are there in terms of the OTT business. You add on top of that, as you gain maturity, you add your recommendation engine, your ad server, your marketing automation platform, and so on and so forth. I think the other thing that's worth talking about in terms of the technology stack is also the understanding of the user, right? So we tell our our broadcasters and channels who reach out to us that basically you have thought as a B2B company before, and now you have to think like a B2C company, right? So your technology stack has to be relevant to that particular endeavor or intent. Because I need to know who Prashant is. I need to know who Saugata is, who Kranti is, right? To make sure that I can personalize and deliver the content at the right time and in the right way. So these are some of the building blocks of tech. But broadly, it starts with the OVP or the online video platform like Brightcove. It also extends to the application or the front end, the subscription management system, and then your monetization layer, which is your ad tech.
Right. Thank you. Thanks for that. So here we have a question for Karthik from Gayatri. So Gayatri is asking, do you see brand integration in web series like how we see branding is used in films traditionally? So you want to take that, Karthik?
Sure. I think it's not like we've been the best market for brand integrations in films itself to begin with. I think our partnerships have been more as a co-promoting sort of a partnership rather than a film integration, right? Like, for example, what happens outside India, like an Omega and a James Bond, or things like that. But I think the propensity to do this in web series, especially in platforms, in large platforms, I think that's much, much higher. There are a few things which have already happened over the last few years. And I see a lot of action happening in this space. So it's absolute unequivocal yes to the question.
Yeah, thanks for that. So one more thing that we come across very often, the moment we speak about monetization strategy is SVOD will not work in India. That's a predominant thing that we hear multiple times. So I want to hear from this audience as to what do you think of this particular aspect. Does SVOD stand a chance in the India ecosystem? What is it to be done to make that happen? Anyone who want to take this?
Well, I can go first, considering that it's a strange time that we are living in, right? I mean, we launched the Sony Live 2.0 in June, right? End of June. And of course, we were planning for it when the pandemic was not there, right? God sort of threw in a pandemic in between. Little did we sort of plan for it. But what I've seen is that, it has, even if I sound rather strange, it has done wonders for the business. I think what has happened is what we were trying to achieve, probably what would have taken maybe years, has happened in months, right? The SVOD business has grown phenomenally. Even if I can speak for myself, I'm assuming some of my, friends in other, networks could probably align with me, has had a massive uptake. The biggest thing is what has happened is the change in habit. I think habit formation has, it's not like a break of 2 weeks or 4 weeks. It's been 8 months. And now I think people have gotten into this OTT, they've sort of really taken it up as their form of entertainment, the medium of entertainment now, and they're happy to pay for it. Look, if I can speak for ourselves, we actually doubled the subscription rates, and in June from where we were, and we have added close to a few million subscribers over the last couple of months, which is a massive number today. What we thought even say 8 months back that the SVOD business was possibly not viable in this country, it looks more and more viable. It looks more and more viable if you get your content right. If your content is right, it will work. If your content falters, it will not work. The trick is that you've got to get it more right than wrong, which is, unfortunately, I wish someone like Vineet could get an algorithm for content. Thankfully, we still don't have it, and people like us have jobs. But the good thing is that it's a change in the way you're looking at business today in the SVOD market. It was very different a year back. It's very different today. But India is unique. We are not only a SVOD or an AVOD market. We are the only freemium market here. And of course, we have pure play SVOD players here as well. But if you're looking at the other 2 or 3 bigger players, they're playing into the freemium market. So I feel that a mix of both is a bit of a win-win sort of strategy for India, at least. But yes, if long story short, does it have a future? I think it has a great future now.
You wanted to say something, Kranti, on it?
Yeah, I completely agree with Sagar. I think both will coexist. Because India as a market, actually, we always give this example. If you pick up India, the top 2 or 3% are as affluent as any European country or Australia, or then you have this 17% or 16%, which are probably like Malaysia, but still well-to-do, but still very value conscious. And then we have 80%, which is probably like Africa, who do not simply have either the propensity or the willingness or the ability to pay. So you would, if you capture a mass market, and Shemaroo being a mass player, we have a freemium strategy, is you have to coexist in both the places. And there will be, I think from Sagata's point of view also, there will be content which works only for SVOD, and then there is content which works only for AVOD. For AVOD, to get how much one consumer will pay you in 1 month, you probably need 1 lakh views on AVOD. So, and those 1 lakh people are not going to pay 100 rupees. So, you have to be able to look at your content and segregate what goes behind the paywall, what stays outside, and milk both. And you use AVOD to bring in the masses and give them and upgrade them to SVOD over a period of time. But I agree again with Sagata that SVOD does have a good future. The payment ecosystem does need to evolve a little bit more and support the entire SVOD ecosystem. But I think even Disney, in this result has declared that they roughly have 78 million users in India. And we keep hearing various other estimates of other players. So definitely, I would say probably in a 3 to 5 year period, we would probably 10% of the market could end up being SVOD. But in SVOD, the lucky thing is that you don't need 100% of the market. With the 10%, the profitability will be way more than in AVOD, because the cost to serve that consumer is much lesser than serving, 100,000 AVOD customers.
Exactly. And the point which comes in here is one of our boon and bane is our population. So with the amount of population that we have, even a 1 rupee contribution to SVOD from a particular user would make up to a large amount for sustainability for an organization when you look into it. So we are seeing more and more bite-sized packs which are being created. SVOD coming in specifically in sports, watch a specific match only by subscribing to it, and not just a overall subscription which is required for the channel for a period of time. So these kind of newer and newer models will make it more affordable. We think, okay, the affluent will be the ones who would buy it more. Maybe the other way around, the auto rickshaw wala at the end of the road would consume more content and would not mind paying 50 rupees for that content than maybe a person who can afford it, but because he may not have a time to look into it, he will not spend on it. So.
But currently, Prashant, I would say, in terms of how the economics work, the cost of reaching the auto rickshaw wala to collect that 50 rupees from him is way more difficult. So while
yes.
all the platforms are experimenting, which is amazing, but I don't think we're yet tapping that base. We're still tapping the higher end of the society because finally, in the long run, they are the ones who are going to pay,
Right.
at least in the short to medium term. And
do you see operator billing? There is some talk about operator billing coming in soon. It's been experimentally run through multiple places. There have been alliances which are done in other places. Do you see this as one of the solution which may come through, wherein telcos become the middleman in terms of collection and then giving it?
Again, over there, I mean, could definitely, they're sitting on a large base and they know a lot and they have a active wallet with a large base. So definitely. Only thing again I would say here is a rev share or the arrangements that you would strike with the telcos in terms of what they keep. Secondly, I would say also from a consumer's point of view, I feel eventually we may see some amount of aggregation of apps, and because for today the consumer in an aggregate, if he wants to have 70-80% of the content, the amount he has to shell out on a monthly or annual basis is a lot, and much more than what he pays for his cable subscription, which gives him 400-500 channels. So I would say in the medium term, there will be aggregation models or distributors who would help give reach and scale to the SWOT business. This is probably what I can say.
Right. So another thing, Karthik, maybe for you is there is some talk which always keeps coming in and out, and now it's taken in some part of a bill itself. Is regulation of content a good or bad thing? Maybe some lights on it. Obviously, there may be some merits, some demerits. You can talk about that.
I think I don't know. It depends on. It's a very contextual question, right? In a free market, I think if you need a thumb rule, as little regulation is best. But at the same time, especially in a market like India, where there are very different kind of audience cohorts, I think some amount of regulation is required. So very, very difficult to answer this as a point of view question because it's very subjective.
Oh, yeah. So there is an interesting question which has come up from one of the audience here. Simran is asking, what do you think is going to be the business response of OTT platform to the news ecosystem? Do you see OTT transforming broadcast news market in the future, and how? Does anyone want to take that?
Let me share some insights. So we power up Republic's digital destination, right? And the numbers, for good or bad reasons, over the last few months on the OTT platform of Republic have been insane. And it's a pleasant surprise. I mean, they have a pretty good app. They also have a PWA, or a progressive web app, right? So with a PWA, they don't require the user to download the app. So without having the user download the app, you're getting access to the user's real estate on their phone. The biggest challenge today, one of the biggest challenges today with any OTT platform is user acquisition, right? So one of the things that we learned from surprisingly a news organization is how they have used technology effectively to tap into the real estate of the phone very quickly. And as a result, news coverage on Republic is being watched by millions of people who might not have enough space on their phone to download an app, right? So it's a very nifty use of tech. But I think to answer your question about the news platforms, Brightcove powers up a lot of news companies globally. Fox in the US and Fox in Australia. In India, we power up Malayalam Manorama in the South and Republic on the news side. And we see that the numbers, especially during the time when certain anchors are going live, that can compare to any sporting event. right? So it's already there. To answer your question in terms of, whether this is coming up, it's already happening. And, live and news takes to live very closely, right? Because it's all about breaking news. India is all about breaking news. You want to break news fast on TV, online, on social media, what have you, very quickly. And technology is the enabler that makes that happen.
In fact, I heard about this same point from one other news company. What they were telling is, see, as a user, your telephone has got only one mobile app which can be downloaded, which is meant for news. And there is a lot of competition for that. So hence, and there's a lot of money to be spent in to get the download. And then the download will not guarantee you stickiness. The user may download but not really use it on an ongoing basis. So what you mentioned in terms of PWA can be a very brilliant technology answer to something like that. It may save millions of dollars in terms of marketing money for getting that initial download for a lot of companies per se.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So moving on to another question with regard to staying with the monetization as a part. How much advertisement is too much advertisement? This is another part of the thing. One part is subscription, the other part is advertisement, right? So how much advertisement is too much advertisement according to you?
I think I should be the absolute last guy to answer that question.
For the last 2 months, every time I have watched a YouTube video, they have shown 2 ads.
Yeah.
Before the video. So
one which can be skipped, one which can't be skipped. Right. So there's another question from one of the audience here. Praveen is asking, he's basically looked at what's happening right now with the cinema theaters, where people are not really going into the cinemas and it's taken ahead. And there is digital box offices which are coming up, wherein the release is happening on the OTT per se. So he wants to go and see, is there a somewhere in between 10 to 15 seater kind of a theater experience, wherein one would go and watch a OTT based movie of his choice, along with his friends who is okay to watch with it, and then without any fear of COVID or otherwise. Is this a new business model which is emerging? Rent a theater.
I have a... Sorry, Kranti, go ahead.
No.
I was going to do a wisecrack. I was going to say I have a wonderful 15-person theater available. It's called my living room. Which is where I watch most of my OTT releases. I actually, on these lines, Prashant, if you allow, I have a question for Saugata and Kranti. But Kranti, you were saying something.
No, I was just saying that we experimented with this. So we launched something called the Shimarumi box office, and we premiered a lot of films which were actually on the TVOD model. So we actually helped people and gave them help producers release movies, giving them a robust marketing and awareness plan around their movie and a great ticketing partner. So we had BookMyShow as a ticketing partner on Shimarumi to sell the tickets. I would say, but still nothing can beat the movie-going experience, and therefore TVOD, and again the whole customer acquisition issue of getting a TVOD transaction is still a challenge in India. So probably a SVOD approach, the way a lot of the other digital players have gone, is probably a better approach. The only issue remaining is that the producer does not become a partner or a co-beneficiary of the release. So he gets a fixed sum, and if the film does really well or it flops, he gets the fixed sum. But we were trying to give the producer a chance to, because that's the only window where he can really either make a fortune or it will be a flop. That's the bet that every filmmaker takes. Otherwise, all the other monetization is fairly estimatable on the table before the film gets released. So, but I feel that even TVOD, though we've experimented, and BookMyShow was a great partner, and they had a great database to tap into consumers who were transacting on films. I would still say that we are, as an economy, not yet there on TVOD, and yeah, that was going to be my, at least whatever learning I've understood on digital TVOD or releases. So Karthik, we can go back to your question.
That's a great answer. I actually wanted to, on the same subject, I think the weekend collections in a way were becoming some sort of a currency to evaluate what is happening, with new releases. Right? I think with that going off, weekend collections, 100 crore clubs, all of those currencies sort of, I don't know if we'll ever get to that anymore from a box office perspective. Recently, I saw, Netflix put out a couple of news articles where they spoke about the first weekend number of watchers for a show, etc. Right? So, in a way, is there a new currency that is developing, especially when it comes to films being released on OTT? And if yes, what do you think? What kind of shape will it take in India?
Well, I'm a firm believer that some films will have to be released in theaters, but I'm going to be I'm a little pessimistic here, and I feel that there is a behavioral change which has come over the last 8-9 months. People are worried about getting into theaters. That will percolate into the ecosystem as well. I feel that, when we're looking at these big ticket films, big films with big budgets, monetizing those big films with big budgets on SVOD is very, very difficult. You can have the biggest, largest base, but monetizing it it's a tall task. We are very clear at Sony that we don't want to do these big ticket films on our platform. We are very happy to premiere films which are small, which will probably appeal to a certain cohort, right? And we will push them as much as we can and make that cohort very happy. But the moment you're buying a film for 100 crores, it puts a huge, the P&L goes for a toss. So I feel that sort of, I don't know whether it is a very wise thing to do it, but I'm sure there are different business models. But we feel that the spectacle movies will have to find the theatricals. The spectacle movies will not be able to monetize themselves on SVOD, or because PVOD in this country doesn't exist, frankly. People have been trying it, they're still trying it, but I think it's a problem of the wallet. It's a problem of the psyche. I think we still aren't used to the fact that we're going to watch big film on a small screen. And also the fact is that we are, unlike the West, the OTT penetration is again very skewed towards the smartphone, right? We're watching our things on small 10-inch or 5-inch phones, right? So that doesn't work. But I feel that intrinsically the way the business works over the next 6-10 months will change, because there has to be a different kind of a revenue model, both from the partners on the other side, from the producers, from the major actors, from the platforms as well, for us to be able to make those films and also make money for everybody, right? But the good thing is that today, as I see that, with the SVOD model, there is a lot of scope for the so-called small films, the small films who would really, really find it difficult to find that Friday theater, is finally finding its audience. I launched a couple of films over the last couple of months, small films, but they did very, very well. We did a film called Kadak, and we did a film called Bhosle, with Manoj Bajpayee and Rajat Kapoor, the likes, really great actors. But even if I say so, these films wouldn't have found the audience on a Friday because they wouldn't find those screens. They would be relegated to a 25-screen release. But today they are on the same platform. A Bhosle gets released alongside a Lakshmi Bomb or a Lakshmi, right? So, and that is very democratic, I feel. And I think if it is possible, we firmly believe if we can contain the cost, if we can make those films in a certain cost, we will be able to take it to the audience and monetize it. But if it goes beyond a certain number, it's very difficult. I still believe that it's not easy to sort of monetize it that easily.
Right. So moving to another aspect, what also comes across is India is country within multiple countries. If you look into it, it's multiple countries as we look into it. So the choice of people are different. The linguistic barriers exist. So is there a technology solution to this in the sense, shoot ones provided in multiple language, or maybe there are multiple things which are happening, the tricks which keeps coming out of the shells. Vinny, you want to add a little bit of how can technology help solve this linguistic problem per se?
No, absolutely. I mean, the multilingual nature of the country was a challenge, and now it's clearly a massive opportunity as we look at more eyeballs. But in terms of tech solving this, we are already at multilingual metadata, right? So there's metadata available in all major Indian languages. There's multiple audio tracks, right? So you can have one piece of content dubbed in all regional languages. So suddenly your reach is expanded by 8x or 9x. Plus, I think there's an acceptance also by the audience. I think, off topic, but there's an acceptance. We see this with our customers. The people are accepting to watch dubbed content now. Right? So suddenly the multilingual nature of India becomes a strength. So, multilingual metadata, multiple audio tracks for dubbed content, subtitling tech, auto transcripting of, the content from speech to text, which makes it faster. So I think in terms of speed, we are already there. In terms of efficiency, we are already there. I think we are seeing increasingly that as OTT content owners look at broader audiences, this is becoming a very critical factor. People are looking at architecting their apps in regional languages now. Besides just English, they want the option available to the audience to select the language of choice when they log in. So I think it's a matter of time before you see this even with the big guys, the bigger OTT guys.
Right. So I see this one of the very tricks up the sleeve, which draws in new customers. I had a couple of days back my mother coming in and saying that, why don't you download this specific act for me? I said, what are you going to do with this? Anyway, you watch this serial on TV. He said, no, I heard that on this app, the release happens one day before. So I'm going to watch it on the app. So my 65-year-old mother is adapting to technology to watch that one day early in her native language per se. So these are some of the tricks which are obviously coming in and drawing in more and more customers to the site.
Prashant, what I would say is that there are two parts to multilingual. One is, of course, a mass player trying to offer the same content in multiple languages. But to truly penetrate a particular language, you'll also have to be, giving content which is culturally contextual to that, geography or that language. And one is that you give, a certain urban or I would call it the metro or urban audience, which switches or is accepting a lot of different content, who's also very culturally exposed. Content which is of other language. I mean, watching a Spanish show or even I've just watched a Tamil movie. I think if you want to go mass, and again, as Shemaru said, a mass player, you really have to be present in the ecosystem, invest in the ecosystem, and again, there are opportunities in all the language ecosystems to disrupt and to offer good, relevant content. The kind that Saugata was saying, where there are good stories, good actors, good content, but culturally contextual to that region. And that I feel draws a lot of loyalty and affinity. And we've seen examples, both Shemaru has seen an example where Gujarati, we see the dominance of Gujarati in terms of usage. Or I think there have been other regional apps, who've shown the way, whether it's Hoichoi or AHA, shown the way that a regional, app can also have a lot of opportunity. And we're also seeing, in fact, investments in other regional apps happening recently. So I would definitely say that regional is something that's going to, really explode in the next maybe few quarters or years it could be. And like what I said, if there is, if the kind of penetration that we're now going to, you will have to be able to cater to that audience in their language and cultural context.
Right, right. So another thing to think of, listening to all this things what we spoke of till now, are Indian companies ready to look for markets beyond India? Do you see the next Netflix coming from an Indian company, which is catering to the global audiences?
Let's talk about that.
Well, I don't, after a point, I think it's about the shows, I mean, the brands are made on the shows, right? What you have, Netflix was an aggregator. They were not making shows, right? They were distributors, right? Frankly. And it took 2 shows for them to become content makers. Orange is the New Black and I forget yes, House of Cards. So these are the 2 shows which took them, not that these are the best shows, that these are not their most monetized shows. These are the shows which took them across the American borders. I feel what we are seeing today is just the start of a bit of a content revolution in this country. And I was so happy to hear that yesterday Delhi Crime won the best show in the international Emmys. It comes on a different platform. Doesn't matter. I think it's a great win for India that the world is watching a show which has been premiered in an Indian platform, which was shot in India, which had Indian actors, which was an intrinsically Indian story. It has reached out, right? And I'm assuming, and as I see more and more, for example, like I said, my show, the show that we launched, Scam, it's been watched all over the world. I think it's getting watched more in the US and the other territories that we are in, more and more. So I feel that at the end of the day, if we get our act together as platforms, as brands, and if we manage to produce those pieces of content, the content travels. It doesn't know boundaries, frankly. The means of will a brand become as big as something else? Maybe yes. I mean, in today's time, a brand doesn't stay as relevant for more than 10 years. I mean, we know of so many brands which were, doing path-breaking work a few years back, but they've been relegated to somewhere else. So who knows? Who knows tomorrow an Indian brand will come up and probably that will be also not just the content, thanks to our technology. If we can probably get some real disruption in technology, we should be up there. And I see no reason that not happening. But I think the content needs to travel first. I think we need to sort of get the local right. The local will take it to the global. We're still finding our, sort of space in the local here.
Right.
To add to that, Prashant, one thing that we are seeing on the regional OTT side is anyone who's looking at launching a new OTT platform is thinking global. I think that's a welcome change that we are experiencing in the last 6 to 7 months. Maybe it's COVID. Maybe they're realizing that, people are all stay at home, work from home globally. It's not only an India phenomenon, right? So there's a captive audience to attack, whether it's Indian or global. And so people are looking at distribution first. They're looking at content, obviously, but second is distribution and beyond borders.
Right. So I see that we are on the top of the hour. Last comments in terms of what do you all think is the next big thing in this area? Maybe a word each from each of you, and then we can wind the session at that. You want to go first, Karthik?
Sure, I can. Yeah, I think one observation is a lot of the things that we spoke about, right, is actually not futuristic. Right? Sometime back, Vineet was speaking about news, right? News is a here and now thing. Vineet spoke about Republic. In regional languages, news consumption is even higher, right? On OTT platforms, right? And we spoke about shows traveling across borders. For example, a show like Fauda, which has traveled across every nook and corner in the world. A lot of content from Korea which travels. It's again a here and now thing. Right? I think one thing that I foresee as happening, probably in a fairly big way, and I'd love for Shravat and Kanti to agree or disagree with this, is the content available in multiple languages within India? We spoke about how it is true, but see, a lot of the stories, for example, there's a film that was released on Amazon in Tamil, which is actually Captain Gopinath's biography, which is not even a story from the state. Right? I think this should be available in Marathi. This should be available in Hindi. I don't think we are there right now. For example, Scam 1992 is a national piece. Presently, it's available in Hindi. So I feel that is going to probably change the dynamics of what's happening in India in a fairly big way. So I would bet on that first.
Okay. Vineet, last comments from you.
Yeah, I think the big opportunity that we see in the market, and if say looking at next year or the year after that, is create loyalty. I think it's difficult today. There is no loyalty to a single platform. There's loyalty to content. But I think as platforms expand and look at the next big thing, they will look at creating unique experiences which will attract and retain customers. The big challenge that we see in the market today across platforms, and the panel might most likely will agree that churn is a problem, right? So how do you create experiences in addition to content to hook audiences on? And maybe it's content to commerce, maybe it's partnering up with the e-commerce company, maybe it's to create loyalty where you reward people to watch content. But I think those sort of things will come up more and more as we look at experiences and content together.
Right. Sugata?
So I think, one, from a content perspective, I feel that we're scratching at the surface and we are sitting on a treasure trove. We've had a great tradition of oral literature, written literature across this country. We are, we have a bountiful of languages. We have not tapped into them. We need to go back, look at our myths, look at our legends, look at our folklores, look at our, all the literature that is there and make our own Indian content. The more we try and look to the West, it will be catch-up game. We will never be able to catch up. But the more we look at the stuff that we have here, the chances are of us making the next Fauda or being the next big platform becomes much higher.
Thank you. Kranti?
Yeah, so I feel it's absolutely, as Karthik said, here and now, but I do feel that the next year and a half to 2 years, we'll see a lot of the bigger OTT players focusing more on SVOD than anything else.
Yeah. So we'll wind up the session at this particular instant by looking at all that we discussed upon, maybe looking at a future wherein there'll be a magical formula with AI saying that I want X number of viewerships. So it says, take this actor, take this director, make a movie of this much minutes, you'll get this many viewerships. And then you'll automatically have people coming in and watching those as a futuristic thing, that apart. So we are seeing multiple things happening in the industry in terms of ecosystem, presenting. Ultimately, the winner of all of this is the consumer, who's getting to view richer and richer content in a format which is more suitable to him at the convenience of his home and the time that is suitable to himself. So let's all watch and see and be a part of this magical journey as this industry transforms. It was great talking to all of you. I hope our audience also enjoyed hearing on this discussion. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks
everyone.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Bye.